Hi, I'm Rachel from Pennsylvania, and I'm Amish. Please like and subscribe. The Amish community believes in a simpler lifestyle than the rest of the modern world, and this is reflected in our clothes and our simple ways of living. Some of us don't even have cell phones in the 21st century, including me. But I was always curious about the world and wanted to experience everything. Once when I was 5, I found a lost doll on my way to school. And in our culture, dolls aren't supposed to have faces, but this one did. I was thrilled to find it and took it to school with me. But as soon as I took it out of my bag, the kids screamed.
OMG, a doll with a face. Where did you get this thing from? I guess it belongs to some tourist who must have visited the area and... So you stole it from her?
No, she forgot, and just then the teacher came running. She took the doll from my hands and tossed it into the dustbin. But I wasn't giving up so easily. After school, I snuck into the classroom and took the doll out of the bin. And then I heard the teacher's voice. "What do you think you're doing?" The teacher took me to the principal, and soon the news spread across the town that I was evil. But my parents didn't care.
I'm so sorry, Mom and Dad. I caused you trouble.
Oh, it's okay, honey. We know that you're a good girl who is just curious about things. You don't have to be sorry about anything, love. And then she hugged me real tight, but no one else liked me after that. Not much changed until I turned 16, and then it got worse because this was the age that girls in the community started getting married, and I didn't want to. I was confident no one would ask for my hand in marriage since everyone thought I was evil, but to my horror, it happened. One day I had some guests over and my parents told me, "Oh dear, Jim has decided that he wants to marry you, and even we think you both are a great match. So, what do you say?" Say? I didn't know what to say. I pulled the guy aside and asked him to say no. "No, I can't do that." "What? Are you crazy? They'll get us married if you don't." "That's what I want, Rachel. I've been in love with you ever since I saw you, and Rachel, stop. Please listen to me." He was a sore loser, and I didn't want to marry someone like him. I tried to talk to my parents, but they said it was for the best. Really? Now I had no option but to run away. I left home and kept running until I reached the main road, and there I saw a bus approaching me. The bus stopped and some kids got down, and that's when I saw the most shocking thing. A girl just like me was standing right in front of me. What the freaking pigeon? She looked just as shocked and walked towards me. "Wow, you look just like me. That's so amazing. I'm Lindsay. What's your name?" "I'm Rachel." "Well, Rachel, your clothes? They look so cool. Where did you get them from?" I don't know why, but I told her my entire life story. And suddenly, Lindsay smiled at me and told me this crazy idea. "Rachel, do you want to trade places with me?" "What?" "Well, I want to see your community, and maybe I'll get some time off my stupid life, and you get to live the life you want out there." Well, I was speechless. I was really scared to do it, but when I thought about the marriage proposal waiting for me at home, I said yes. Rachel and I exchanged our clothes, and it felt so different. All these colors on my body were crazy. Suddenly, the bus honked, and Lindsay told me to get on it. She hugged me and said goodbye and ran back towards the direction I pointed her to. I got on the bus, and it was all so weird. All the kids were calling me Lindy, and she seemed to be a super popular girl. But then suddenly, a girl came to me and slapped my face really hard. What the heck? "This is the last time you kiss my boyfriend. You hear me?" Her what? I was in shock. I'd never kissed anyone. But then I realized probably Lindsay did. I didn't know what to do, so I just went to the back and sat there. When we reached the school, a lady standing by a car waved at me. "Lindsay, how dare you go on this trip without informing me? And why are all your teachers telling me you're a brat?" That's enough. Not another word from you. I'm taking away your phone, young lady." "My phone? I don't have a phone." Lindsay probably took it with her, and her mom looked furious now. She asked me to get into the car, and just as we reached home, she said, "You sneaked out when you were grounded. And now I'm extending your punishment. You're not leaving this house for another week. OMG, this was like back to where I started from. Lindsay's mom sent me to her room, which was mine now. And this room was full of things I'd never seen in my life. A TV, a computer, a closet full of colorful clothes. This place was heaven. And then I jumped onto her super soft bed and fell asleep. Suddenly, I felt like I was kissing someone in my dream. But I screamed my lungs out when I realized it wasn't a dream. There was a boy in my room kissing me. He tried to hush me and said in a low whisper, "Why are you screaming? It's me, Toby, your boyfriend." Boyfriend? Lindsay betrayed her boyfriend and kissed some other guy? She was really something. Suddenly, he came closer, and I could even see in the dark how handsome he was. "But what are you doing here this late?" "I come here every day ever since you've been grounded, remember? What's wrong with you, babe?" He touched my forehead so gently, I couldn't help but melt a little. Then he took out a beautiful necklace from his pocket. "I bought this to mark our first month together. Shall I put it on you?" He was doing all this for Lindsay, who betrayed him for some other guy? For a moment, I started to hate her. I decided I was going to tell him that I wasn't Lindsay. But just then, I heard her mom walking upstairs. "Lindsay, I heard some noises. Are you okay?" Toby and I looked at each other, super scared, but he quickly ran out of the window, and both of our butts were saved. "Were you talking to someone?" "No, of course not. I don't even have my phone on me. I left it on the field trip, remember?" She looked at me suspiciously and then went away. A few days passed, and I was just stuck at home. All thanks to Lindsay, the brat. But thank God for Toby, who visited me every day, and every time I wanted to tell him the truth. But I was afraid he'd get mad and stop seeing me. One night when he dropped by, he got up to leave after 20 minutes. I asked him why, and he said, "Babe, I play volleyball at the beach every Saturday night, remember?" The freaking beach? I leapt up excitedly and said I wanted to go with him. He looked really surprised. "But you hate the beach, and the sand, and volleyball. And you also hate my friends and never want to hang out with them?" Wow, what was wrong with Lindsay? "Oh, I guess I've just been cooped up for so long. I really just want to go out." He looked super happy, and we both snuck out the window. I had to stop myself from gasping when I saw the sea for the first time. It was so beautiful. I had an amazing time with his friends, and after his game, we took a moonlit walk on the beach. I closed my eyes to feel the wind in my hair, and when I opened them, I saw Toby looking at me curiously. He stopped and took my hand. "Lindsay, I don't know what it is, but something about you has changed. You're enjoying all these things you never do with me, and you even look different. I haven't seen you much without makeup, and I have to say, you're even prettier this way." And with that, he pulled me in close and kissed me, and I just couldn't help kissing him back, even though I felt so guilty. I'd been so caught up with Toby, I hadn't even thought that much about Lindsay, and I decided to check up on her. I sneaked into her mom's bedroom one evening and took her cell phone. I found Lindsay's contact there and called her, but she just cut my call. I tried again, and she kept rejecting it. Ugh, this girl. Then I sent her a text message saying it was me, Rachel, and then she replied with a picture. What? No, this girl was insane. Suddenly, I turned around to find Lindsay's mom standing right behind me. "You're not Lindsay, are you?" What? How did she know that? Suddenly, she put her hands around my face. "You guys look so alike. I can't even tell you apart." "What are you talking about? Do you know who I am? And who are you?" "My name is Sabrina. I grew up in an Amish community, but I never felt connected to anyone in it except for my sister, your mother." She was my mom's sister? At the age of 20, I got pregnant with twins, and I knew my sister could never have any children. So before leaving town, I gave you to her. Wait, what? So you're my mother? Yes, but that doesn't mean my sister isn't. She loves you more than me, I'm sure. Of course she does. She didn't leave me like you did. And you're a terrible woman. I can't believe you abandoned me and thought of only yourself. I hate you. I just got up and ran out of there like crazy. It was raining heavily and I kept running until I bumped into someone. Toby. Lindsay, are you okay? What happened? I was so out of breath, I couldn't speak. I started to cry, and Toby hugged me tight and took me to his home. After some time, he gave me some hot chocolate to drink, and while I was drying myself by the fireplace, Toby came and hugged me from behind. Lindsay, it's okay if you don't want to tell me anything, but I want you to know that I'm falling in— Toby, stop! I turned around and he looked confused. Is everything okay? No, it's not. I'm not Lindsay. I told him everything about the switch and even that Lindsay cheated on him. You're a good guy, Toby, and you deserve so much better. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. Toby stood there stunned. I hugged him tight and left. It was almost dawn and I decided I was gonna go back and stop Lindsay from ruining her life. But just then a car stopped in front of me and Sabrina jumped out. Rachel, there isn't a day that I haven't thought about you. It was really tough for me, but I don't regret what I did. My sister is a very good human being and she deserved happiness. And you, tell me, would you give her up as your mother? Suddenly, I realized that she was right. My mother was amazing, and I was so wrong to leave her like that. I turned to Sabrina. We have to leave now. Lindsay is getting married. She drove with the speed of light, and when we got to the farm, I ran to my house, and there, I saw Lindsay kissing Jim in the front yard. Lindsay, stop! Are you crazy? Jim looked at me like he'd seen a ghost and ran away like crazy. Everyone was right. You're a witch. A witch! What are you doing here? And Mom, I swear I didn't do it. It was Rachel's idea to switch places. No, it wasn't. You've got to stop with these lies and stupid things that you do. I can't believe we're sisters. We're what? Sabrina told her everything as she stood there in complete disbelief. Just then, Mom came out and hugged Sabrina. Oh, sis, it's been so long. I missed you so much. And then she turned to me and pulled me close. Rachel, my child, I heard everything and I'm so sorry, honey. I should have told you that I'm not your mom. No, you are. You are my mom and I love you. I shouldn't have fled without telling you. I like my life with you and Dad, but Mom, I just wanted to see more. You were always a curious one. Sweetheart, if that's what you want to do, you can have it. And there will always be a home for you here to come back to. As I hugged Mom tight, suddenly Lindsay let out a loud squeal. OMG, Toby, baby, what are you doing here? Did you come all this way for me? He gently pushed her aside. No, I didn't, Lindsay. We're over. You can kiss or marry whoever you want. He pulled me to the side and said, I came here for you. You didn't let me finish my sentence earlier. I wanted to tell you that I'm falling in love with you. With you, Rachel. And if you're moving to the city, I'd love to ask you out on a proper date. I'd really like that. And I love you too, Toby. Hi everyone, my name is Hazel and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born to two genius parents who were masters of their craft. My mom was a big corporate lawyer, and her work mostly kept her away from home. But I didn't miss her at all because I had the best dad in the world to keep me company. He was a genius scientist, and I was like a mini version of him. I loved science too and hung around his workspace all the time.
Look, Dad, I found these.
Oh no, honey. Get away from that. I was really notorious and would cause trouble around the lab all the time. Where did all the lab rats go? Hazel! As a result, Dad and his best friends, Mr. Jones, would shut me out of the lab during all their cool experiments, and I'd just hate it. I was 6 and a science genius in my class. I wasn't gonna give up so easily, so I went to the kitchen to eat something and fuel my brain. But there I saw a really chubby kid munching on some donuts Dad had bought for me.
Hey, you thief! How did you get in here?
The kid immediately dropped everything and crawled under the dining table.
Tell me who you are right now, or I'm gonna call the cops.
He came out shivering and told me his name was Andy. And surprisingly, he was Mr. Jones's son. As we began talking, he told me that he mostly stayed at home with his nanny and didn't really have any friends.
And why's that? They all pick on me for looking different, and 'cause I don't have a mom.
Suddenly, his eyes went teary and it kind of melted my heart.
Don't worry, I'll be your friend, and if anyone tries to bully you, I'll kick their butts.
before I could finish, he hugged me tight, and in no time, we became the bestest of friends. We even built our own lab and spent all our time playing together. One evening, I was baking a cake to surprise Andy on his 9th birthday when I heard Dad and Mr. Jones arguing. Just then, Mom grabbed Mr. Jones's hand and stormed out of there. What was going on? I went in and Dad burst into tears and hugged me. What happened, Dad? Are you okay?
Oh, sweetie, I think I'm gonna lose it all. All the hard work I put into this one project of my life. Jones is gonna take it away from me, along with your mom.
What? Mr. Jones was stealing Dad's work? And Mom was siding with him? How could she? But before I could ask her, Mom declared that night that she was gonna divorce Dad and take me along with her. And I just couldn't keep my cool. No, Mom, I'm not going anywhere with you. Dad was the one who raised me while you were never here. And now that he needs us, you want to leave? You're awful, and I hate you. I stormed back to my room while Mom tried to talk to me. I wasn't going to listen to her. A few days later, Mom moved out, and I never got to see her, Mr. Jones, or Andy after that. And it kind of broke my heart. But Dad was more miserable than me. He lost all his money, and we had to move to a much smaller house. After that, Dad spent most of his time in his room, so I tried to come up with ways to cheer him up. Look, Dad, I made you pancakes. Look, Dad, I invented this super cool machine. But nothing worked, and Dad's situation got worse day by day. Then a few days later, I saw Mr. Jones on TV, and he was being awarded as the Scientist of the Year for Dad's research. It angered me so much that I decided I was going to get Dad's revenge on him somehow. So I pulled up my socks and started studying harder. And luckily, I got into the same high school that was owned by Mr. Jones. On my very first day, I was on my way to the principal's office to submit some documents when some girl tripped me in the hallway, and I fell onto a guy ripping his t-shirt wide open, and the girl who tripped me started yelling at me. How dare you humiliate my friend in front of everyone? Get up and apologize to him now. What? You made me fall. If anything, you should be the one saying sorry. How dare you talk back to me like that? The guy suddenly stepped in.
That's enough, Rita. Let her go.
What? Why? He came forward and handed me all my documents and took that girl away with him. Later, I discovered that his name was Andrew and he was the football captain, and that mean witch was his friend Rita. And both of them were in the same class as me. Perfect. I went ahead and took a seat, but Andrew came and sat right next to me.
Hey there. I'm sorry about how my friend spoke to you earlier. She can be a bit intense.
Is that why she's shooting lasers at us right now?
Ignore her. Do you maybe want to hang out with us later?
I think I'll pass. I've got so much to catch up on. But for some reason, that guy wouldn't leave me alone. At the cafeteria, in the library, and even after school.
Hi.
What was his deal? Look, I don't know what you're up to, but I'd appreciate it if you…
I want to take you out on a date.
A what? Are you kidding me? You want to take this witch out on a date?
Rita, watch it.
Really? You want to side with this ugly duckling, Andrew? Fine, so be it. Gosh, this girl was crazy. But the kids at school were even crazier. The rumors of me dating the school's heartthrob were going viral. And as I entered the hallways, an egg came flying straight onto my face. Yikes! I rushed to the washroom to clean it, but Rita came suddenly from behind and pulled my hair. How can you even dream of dating Andrew when you know he's mine? I pushed her away, and before we knew it, we broke into an ugly catfight and ended up in bruises. I had to tell Andrew to get rid of those rumors now. So I went ahead to look for him on the playground. But then what I saw next shocked me. Mr. Jones was hugging Andrew after he won the football match, and that's when I realized Andrew was Andy, Mr. Jones's son, and my childhood friend. Holy freaks! For a moment, I felt so happy about Andrew, but then seeing Mr. Jones burned me on the inside. And Andrew's offer to date me was a perfect opportunity to get closer to Mr. Jones and ruin things for him just like he did for my dad. So I went ahead and pulled Andrew for a kiss in front of everyone.
Whoa, that was...
Awesome, I know. That's what you wanted, right? And that's what you get, boyfriend. After that day, Andrew and I started dating officially. We'd spend most of our time together and he'd make me laugh tons. It was a complete surprise to see him transform into this really cool and outgoing person, so different from how he was when we were kids. But of course, Rita fumed with anger seeing us together, and I couldn't help teasing her more. One time, I was working in the library after school when Andrew came and pulled me out of there. Hey, what are you doing?
Shh, it's a surprise.
We then rode to a hilltop outside the city, and everything looked so beautiful from up there. Just then, Andrew ran back to his car and brought a big cake lit with candles, and it made me teary-eyed seeing how much this guy cared for me.
Hey, are you okay?
Yeah, never better. I didn't even remember it was my birthday. It was then I realized I was really falling for him, but the thought of using him to get to his dad was kind of crushing my heart.
I have been wanting to tell you something, Hazel.
Before he could finish, my phone started ringing, and I was shocked to discover Dad was admitted to the hospital. Andrew asked his driver to immediately take us to the hospital, but I didn't want him discovering who I really was, so I asked him to stay back. Later, the doctors told me that Dad was quite ill and needed a lot of care to get well soon. I rushed to the nurse to inquire about the treatment and the expenses, but she told me everything was already taken care of. And it didn't take me long to figure out who'd do that. I left the hospital and saw Andrew waiting outside for me. Why'd you do that?
Why won't I? It's your dad, Hazel. And if you were in my place, you would have done the same.
No, I wouldn't. His dad was the reason my dad was so sick in the first place. And there was no way I was forgiving that man, even after what Andrew did for my dad. A few weeks later, Dad was much better and was sent back home. Andrew called me up later the same day and invited me for a party at his place. And that was perfect. Mr. Jones was apparently working on another big research project, and if I could get into their house and get my hands on it, it would be the perfect revenge. So I happily agreed. But when I got there, I was shocked to see Mom laughing and celebrating with Mr. Jones. I couldn't help hating her even more. After a while, when Andrew went away to get me a drink, I sneaked further into the house and found Mr. Jones's study. Bingo! I was going through some papers and documents there when suddenly the door flew open and I was shocked to see Mom standing there. Hazel, it's you, right? Oh, my daughter. What are you doing here? She ran to me and hugged me tight, but I pushed her away. Don't you touch me. You're not my mom. What are you saying? Then she looked at the mess I had created as I was going through all the papers, and the look on her face changed.
What are you doing here, Hazel?
I'm here to do the same thing that your lover, Mr. Jones, did to Dad. He stole Dad's research and took all the credit and money for it. With your help, Mom.
What? Who told you that?
That's a lie. Jones is my friend, not my lover, and he didn't steal anything. It was your dad who got greedy and tried to steal Jones's research and sell it. What? You're lying. No, I'm not. Clearly, your dad has been feeding you lies. This couldn't be true. I rushed out of that room, but Andrew was standing right outside the door, and judging by his face, I could tell that he heard everything. But I felt too ashamed to face him now, so I just stormed out of there, and Mom followed me all the way home, too. When we got there, I went straight to Dad and confronted him about everything.
Tell her. Tell your daughter the truth.
And suddenly, Dad just broke into tears.
Oh, Hazel, forgive me, my daughter.
I can't believe it, Dad. All those years, you lied to me about everything, about Mom. How could you?
'Cause I love you, honey. When I realized I was gonna lose everything, I didn't want to lose you too,
So you decided to lie and ruin my life? All this time, I hated two innocent people and made it my life's mission to get revenge on them for ruining our happiness. I even hurt someone I really care about, all because of your lies, Dad. I can never forgive you, ever. I ran to my room crying, but Mom came there and comforted me. I always knew you loved your dad more than me, sweetie, and I just couldn't force you to come with me when you weren't ready to listen. But I shouldn't have given up on our relationship so easy. I'm so sorry. Oh, Mom, I'm sorry for hating you too without giving you a chance. I moved out with Mom and we shifted to a different city. She got me enrolled into a really good school and I reconnected with her all over again. A few months later at Christmas, I was decorating the house with my mom when I heard a knock on the door. I was shocked to see Andrew standing right in front of my eyes. What? What are you doing here?
Your mom invited me.
I still couldn't bring myself to look at him, so I turned around. But Andrew took my hand.
Listen to me, Hazel. It wasn't your fault. Your mom told me everything.
How does it change anything, Andrew? I hid the truth from you and dated you to hurt your dad. So you're supposed to hate me.
I can't, because I love you. I've always loved you, Hazel, ever since we were kids. And you weren't the only one hiding things. That day at school, when you fell and you dropped your documents, I saw your personal information, and I knew in an instant it was you. That's why I couldn't keep away from you.
You knew? Then why didn't you say anything?
Because I didn't want to scare you away after what happened to our dads. I wanted you to realize I actually loved you, and I know you.
Today was the day I was finally gonna ask Sarah out to prom. Ever since she moved in next door 3 years ago, I've had the biggest crush on her, but never had the guts to say anything. Hey, Sarah, so prom's coming up and I was wondering, no, too formal. How about, yo, Sarah, wanna go to prom with me, babe? Do people even say babe anymore? Oh, I know. Hi, Sarah. You and me to prom, hottie. Okay, I'm doomed. I took a deep breath and slowly made my way to Sarah's place. But before I could even step into their garden, I saw her sitting on the porch with Jake. What was he doing here? I didn't even know they were friends. Okay, definitely more than friends. 'Cause he was kissing her now. And not like a peck on the cheek. The kind that knocked the air out of my lungs. I was so heartbroken. I didn't even realize I'd been staring at them like a moron. So I quickly turned to leave before they spotted me. But my pants got stuck on the gate. I tugged it hard and they ripped. This day just keeps getting better, doesn't it? Somehow, I held it all together and made my way home. But halfway, this ball came and hit me in the face, and I fell. Hi, I'm Carter, and my luck sucks. I'm that guy who gets detention for a food fight he wasn't even in, whose Wi-Fi crashes at exactly 99% download. And today, I walked in on the girl I like kissing someone else. I woke up on the street with Sarah's sister, Kiki, staring at my face, and then she slapped me. What the heck was that for?
I was checking if you were dead. You're not. Bummer.
Did you entirely miss the part where I opened my eyes? And did you hit me with a ball?
I was practicing my throwing skills. You never know when you'll need to chuck something at someone's face to shut them up. And aren't you on the soccer team or something? You should have dodged that. Wait, are those lilies? Sarah's favorite flowers. And oh my god, is that a card?
She lunged for it, but I took it first. Can you not?
Oh, is that a love note? Hate to break it to you, lover boy, but you waited so long to ask her out. The ship didn't just sail, it sank. She's dating Jake now. You know, six-pack, golden boy, reason half the girls in school show up.
I know who Jake is. And for your information, these flowers are for our neighbor, Mrs. Whiskerson. Her 99th cat died last night. I was just on my way to offer my condolences. Oh, shoot, I'm late.
For what? Some hideous hoodie convention you have to get to? Or do you want to bury your face in a pillow and cry?
That's exactly what I wanted to do. But there was no way I was telling that to Kiki. Kiki and Sarah were twins. But if Sarah was sweet and delicate, Kiki was a Category 5 hurricane. Loud, blunt, constantly on my case. Mostly because she thought I was a hopeless loser who couldn't confess his feelings to her sister. And now it was too late, because Sarah was with Jake. Honestly, I don't even blame Sarah. If I were a girl, I'd probably be in love with Jake too. He joined our school 6 months ago, and the first time I saw him, I stopped mid-sip and spilled juice down my shirt. 6 foot something, dark hair that looked like it was styled by the wind, a smile that could stop you in your tracks. He didn't talk much, but when he did, it was low and polite.
Oh, Jake, you're an angel. If all boys had your manners, I'd retire happy.
I was raised to respect queens, ma'am.
She giggled, I giggled. Everyone who saw that scene giggled because, well, Jake just had that effect. And then there was soccer. Jake was a soccer legend and the only guy in the team who'd ever played in a championship. Watching him train was like watching poetry. And our coach, who barely gave 2 hoots about anyone, suddenly hung on Jake's every word.
We want to win, don't we, Coach? Then we need to train like champions.
Next thing we knew, Jake was leading the show. New formations, stricter drills, running laps like an angel on a hoverboard while the rest of us looked like expired potatoes.
Let's pick up the pace, Carter.
If I go any faster, parts of me will literally fall off.
Come on, dude. Mind over matter.
My mind is telling me to fake my death and move to Africa. It was tough, but we couldn't complain, because thanks to Jake, this was the first time we'd qualified for the inter-school championship. The first match was the day after prom, which I'd skipped since I was still heartbroken. The match started and Jake was on fire. Then midway through the game, the rival striker Miles slammed into him and he fell. And no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't get up.
I think he's done for the day.
No, I can still play. Just tape it up or something.
Jake, relax. It's just one game. We need you for the rest of the tournament.
We won't make it to the rest if I'm not on the field.
I'll play your position. I've played as a striker before, and I'm fast on the field. Jake looked at me like I'd asked for his kidney. But then he smiled and nodded.
Great. Carter, you're in. Let's finish this.
And that's exactly what I did. With 30 seconds on the clock and the score tied, I knew I had one chance to win us the game. I dribbled past one defender, then another till I could finally see the goal. Miles charged at me again, but I ducked, and then one final kick.
And that's a goal! Would you believe it? Carter just won the game!
The stadium exploded. Everywhere I looked, people were screaming my name, and I felt invincible, like I could bench press a car, or win a staring contest with a lion, or run through the halls high-fiving everyone in slow motion. The next day at school, things got better when Sarah walked over and congratulated me.
You were very impressive on the field yesterday. I had no idea you could play like that.
Yeah, neither did I.
Sure. Anyway, this might sound out of the blue, but are you dating anyone?
My heart leapt to my mouth, and I made the weirdest hissing sound known to humanity.
What?
I said no, not dating anyone.
Perfect. So, you know Harry from our class? He thinks you're kind of cute.
Harry? Like, a guy? But I'm not gay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've never seen you with a girl, so I just assumed. I don't know why. I'll leave.
And then she just awkwardly rushed off.
God, that was painful to watch. I'm pretty sure you've been insulted before, but this was like watching a baby deer get hit by a dump truck. In slow motion.
Why are you always around? Do you have a camera planted on me or something?
Or maybe I'm God's favorite child and he personally schedules front row seats for me every time your life falls apart.
Such a sadist.
Such a loser. And oh, in case you didn't notice, your fly's open.
What? No, it's not.
But I made you look.
Ugh. Kiki really did know how to ruin my day. But I didn't care much about any of that. Because right after, Coach told me I'd be playing in Jake's position while he recovered. One game turned to 2. And with every match, I got better. So much so that I even got approached by a scout. He said I had great potential. And with a little work, I could be looking at a scholarship at an Ivy League college. Coming from a regular family with no college fund, that offer sounded like a dream. And for the first time, I was almost convinced my luck wasn't totally rotten. I was so caught up in the moment. I didn't even notice Jake standing behind me.
You seem happy.
Oh, hi. When did you get here?
Right in time to hear that scout singing your praises. Must feel amazing, right?
Yeah, I guess. Studying in an Ivy League college is everyone's dream.
You sound like you've already been accepted.
That's not what I...
Oh, it's a good thing. Confidence takes you places. But it also makes you do silly things. Like right now, you're thinking you're playing in my position because you're as good as I am. But it's just dumb luck because I got injured. The doc cleared me today, so from the next game onwards, you're back in your original position.
That's great. I'm happy for you.
I bet you are. And hey, I've been working on some killer new strategies. You're gonna love them.
There was something off about the way Jake said that. At first, I told myself I was overthinking. Maybe he was just excited to be back. But as the week went on, something shifted. Jake barely spoke to me during practice. Whenever I tried to talk, he cut me off or acted like I wasn't even there. Then he suggested Coach move me to fullback, which basically meant I was running around the field like a headless chicken. I asked Coach to reconsider, but he was so happy to have his golden boy back, he simply ignored me. I would have just chalked it all up to my usual bad luck, but then things got really messy. I was in the gym after hours, doing my usual solo workout. Coach had been big on recording ourselves for performance reviews, so I'd set my phone up on the bench to film my sets. But halfway through my reps, I heard voices from the locker room, so I got up to check who it was and saw Jake towering over another teammate, Marcus.
You saw nothing, all right? Keep your mouth shut or you'll regret it.
You don't tell me what to do.
He shoved Jake and he fell into the lockers. I thought he'd explode, but instead, he straightened up, smiled, and walked out like nothing happened. I didn't want to get caught snooping, so I ducked out of sight. And once the coast was clear, I grabbed my stuff and headed home. But the whole ride back, I couldn't shake the image from my mind. Why was Jake threatening Marcus? And that twisted smile? He looked like he'd enjoyed it. It honestly freaked me out, and I wanted to talk to Marcus about it, but then I remembered I'd left my phone in the gym. I sprinted back, praying it was still there, and I found it on the floor, completely crushed. The screen was shattered. The back was gone. The whole thing looked like it had been in a blender. At the time, I was mostly terrified my mom was gonna kill me for breaking another phone, but the next morning when I woke up, I had a much bigger fish to fry.
I'm gonna ask this once, Carter. What the heck happened last night?
What happened?
I am one eye twitch away from throwing this paperweight in your face. Tell me what happened.
I have no idea what happened, Coach.
Is he brain dead? Are you brain dead? I'm talking about the video you posted on your social media last night.
What video? He shoved his phone in my face, and I was shocked to see the same fight from last night with Jake and Marcus in the locker room posted from my account with a caption that said, "Jake is a psychotic freak." Wait, I didn't post that. I don't even know how the video got recorded.
You recorded it. That's how it got recorded.
I didn't. I was just filming my sets like Coach asked us to. Then I heard you and Marcus fighting, so I checked. That's it.
We weren't fighting. We had a minor disagreement, and Marcus got a little angry and pushed me. Why would you record that like a sneak and post it online? Don't you know anything about loyalty and not bad-mouthing your team members?
Minor disagreement? Why are you lying? I heard you threatening him. You know what? Let's just ask Marcus what happened. Where is he?
He got suspended because of your stupid video.
What? But it's not even his fault. Okay, guys, I know how it looks, but I swear I had nothing to do with that video going online. Also, Marcus is innocent. If anyone deserves to be benched, it's Jake. He's the one who threatened Marcus, and he's been manipulating Coach and trying to push me out.
You've seriously lost your mind, Carter, but I get it. You played well in my position, people started noticing you, even that big scholarship came your way. You didn't want anything messing that up, so maybe you figured if I looked bad, Coach would give you my spot again. Still, if anyone here believes you, I'll step down as captain right now. Because I don't care about drama. I care about this team. That's all I've ever cared about.
That's all Shut up, man! Stop acting like you're the victim here!
Enough! I don't care how the video got out, but it did. And I had to suspend one of my players because of this circus. You're lucky the video only showed Jake getting hit, or we'd be down a striker too. So if I were you, Carter, I'd stay in my lane. Now get out of my office!
The way Jake spun the whole thing made me look like a desperate, attention-hungry traitor. And from that day onward, no one on the team spoke to me, unless they wanted to hurl abuses. At practice, I got elbowed in the ribs, kicked in the shin, and tripped so hard, one day I face-planted and cut my lip. I rushed to the washroom when 2 of my teammates cornered me.
That's what you get for selling out your own team. Hope you're ready to sit the finals out, snitch.
That's enough, guys. What Carter did is his burden to carry. No need to make him feel worse than he already does. I mean, he's probably miserable. Right, Carter?
He smiled. That fake, perfectly polished smile that made me want to knock his teeth out. But I didn't want to make my life worse than it already was. So I just walked out, locked myself in the janitor's closet, and started kicking a mop bucket.
Excuse me, but do you mind?
I nearly jumped out of my skin as I saw Kiki sitting in the dark eating a sandwich. What are you doing here?
Having my lunch?
In a janitor's closet? You couldn't just eat in the cafeteria like a normal person?
No, because it reminds me of the social economic class differences we're all forced to live in, and if you don't conform to their fake standards, people judge you. And it's just the most soul-crushing thing to witness while trying to eat a sandwich.
What?
I hate people, so I eat alone. Now your turn. Why are you so angry?
Why do you think I'm angry?
So you just happen to kick buckets for fun? Spit it out, dude. I'm not gonna tell your secrets to anyone. What happens in a janitor closet stays in a janitor closet.
Honestly, talking to someone didn't seem like the worst idea. So I sat down and told Kiki everything. How Jake wasn't who he pretended to be, and how I thought he had something to do with the video getting posted. I'm telling you, Kiki, that guy is not normal. Sarah should stay away from him.
Or maybe Sarah should just stay away from all the guys. Forever!
I'm not saying this out of jealousy, okay? Jake is a total psychopath. He acts all charming like some Greek god who rescues puppies and writes poetry. But he's a gaslighting faker with a full-blown god complex.
Whoa, easy there, Tiger. I believe you.
You do?
Totally. I watch a lot of MSA, and when someone is as flawless as Jake, you just know they're secretly insane. It's like a law of the universe. By the way, have you subscribed to the channel yet?
Nope.
That's precisely why your life sucks. Do it, now.
Fine. Can we focus on the problem now, please? I want to teach Jake a lesson. He's threatening my entire existence. He took Sarah, turned the team against me, and if I don't act fast, I have a feeling he's gonna take my scholarship too. I've blamed bad luck for everything, but not anymore. I need to take matters in my own hands and turn things in my favor.
Then we need to strike while the iron is hot.
Strike what? Are you suggesting that we kill Jake? Won't that be a bit much?
It's a phrase, buttface. It means we plan now before your already dumpster fire life turns into a full-blown mess.
Got it. Let's strike when the hot is iron, or the strike is hot, or whatever it is you were saying. Kiki smacked her forehead. I balled my fists, and just like that, we were a team. For our first step, we decided to track down Marcus. Whatever he knew had Jake rattled, and if it was important enough to him, then it had to be big enough to bring him down. So we camped out in the bushes outside Marcus's house like low-budget spies, but I couldn't stop scratching my butt.
Wow, you're such a catch. I wonder why Sarah never looked at you, scratchy butt.
Funny. Remind me again why we can't just knock on his door like normal people?
He bailed on school. He's not answering your calls. So I figured he wouldn't be in the mood for a friendly chat.
Maybe he feels like no one's gonna believe him. Like no one's believing me. And now, we're just wasting our time in these itchy bushes. I shifted to get more comfortable, but I lost balance and fell out of the bush, just in time to see Marcus leaving the house. He saw me and ran, but Kiki ran behind him, tackled him, and pinned him to the ground.
Let me go!
Not until you talk.
I don't want to talk to anyone!
Too bad, 'cause I'm not letting you go till you do. And I can be very persuasive.
He squirmed beneath her, but she pressed her knee down.
Fine, but no one can know what I'm about to tell you. I saw Jake buying pills from some shady guy outside a club. I was there with a friend, and, When I called out to him, he pushed me away and told me to mind my own business.
How do you know they were pills?
They were wrapped in this small envelope, and he handed over a bunch of cash. I even heard Jake say that his future depended on these things, so I'm guessing they were pills. I mean, what else do you buy from a shady guy in a back alley? Candy?
Do you think he's using something to get better on the field? That's sick. No wonder he barely sweats and runs like a machine. Did you not see how fast he bounced back from that leg injury? If it were me, I'd still be crawling.
That's because you bruise like a peach. Anyway, we can't jump to conclusions. It could be anything. But if what you're thinking is even half true, this could be way bigger than just a fight in the locker room.
Look, I don't want to get involved. There's this rumor back at his old school, Jake got into a fight and the other kid just never came back. His dad pulled some strings, covered it all up, and then quietly moved him here. If you ask me, you should stay far away from him too. I'm switching schools next week, so I don't meet the same fate.
Marcus looked genuinely scared, and I already knew Jake was trouble. But I couldn't just go around blurting that golden boy was popping shady pills. I needed ironclad proof, so I decided to start with the obvious, Jake's locker. The next day during practice, I faked a headache and slipped into the locker room. Thankfully, Jake's locker was open, so I searched the whole thing, even his shoes and bag, but it was all clean. So I told Kiki Plan A was a bust, and we switched to Plan B. Sarah. She was the closest person to Jake, so maybe she'd seen something that could help, but I knew she wouldn't talk to me after the whole video mess, so I stayed hidden behind a pillar while Kiki took the lead.
Hey, how come you're sitting alone today?
Just waiting for Jake to finish practice. Why?
No reason. So, I was just talking to Carter and...
Why were you talking to that loser? Oh, wait! Did you finally tell him you like him?
I do not.
Yes, you do. We were talking about how you never date anyone, and I said maybe you should go for Carter because you used to have a crush on him and he's not actually gay like I thought. And you said you'll think about it. And you never say that about anyone.
That makes no sense. And Carter is an idiot, okay? I can never like him. No, not a yuck. Anyway, I only brought him up because he said Jake hasn't been looking too great on the field lately. Have you noticed anything off?
Not really. But last week, we were at his place and he took this weird-looking medicine. I asked what it was and he said it was for a headache. Do you think headaches are affecting his performance? Oh my god, do you think he's dying? He is, isn't he?
Would you relax? I don't think he's dying. A little unwell maybe, but definitely not dying.
Then why would you scare me like that?
Before Kiki could respond, Jake walked in and she got up and left, and I followed. We were in the school garden when she finally stopped. So, you had a crush on me, huh?
I maybe liked you a little when we first moved here. But the second I found out you were into Sarah, I immediately lost interest.
So you don't like me now? Then why are you helping me?
'Cause I don't want my sister to date a psychopath, okay? Now, we know where Jake keeps his pills, or whatever he's hiding, in his house. So that's where we're going next.
You do know his dad's a politician, right? That place is probably crawling with security. There's no way we're getting in.
There's always a way, Carter. Just meet me outside Jake's place tonight.
As Kiki walked away, I couldn't stop thinking about the fact that she liked me at some point. I mean, she was weirdly obsessed with me, and kinda cute in her own demonic way. So it wasn't the worst thing. Maybe I'd think about it more once the whole Jake mess was over. For now, I had to get to Jake's place. But on my way there, I got stuck in traffic. I texted Kiki I'd be late, but when I arrived, she wasn't around. I called her, messaged her, but she didn't get back, so I figured she was running late too, and decided to go in. Like I expected, the place was crawling with security, so I slipped through a broken section and circled the house until I found a window with the lights on. I peeked in and saw Jake talking to his dad.
I told you to be careful, Jake, but you had to mess it up. You know I can't keep cleaning up after you.
I know, Dad, I'm handling it. The Marcus thing was a slip, but he won't talk.
And what about the other one? Carter, is it?
He saw you guys fight.
Yeah, but no one's taking him seriously. He's got no proof. Even if he screams from the rooftops, it won't matter.
You better be right, for your sake. Now go get the package and no more slip-ups. You know how important this deal is for you.
What package? Did his dad know about the pills too? It was possible. Rich people were twisted like that. As soon as Jake walked out, I slipped into my car and waited until he drove off. Then I tailed him all the way to an old port. He parked near a cluster of rusted cargo containers and headed toward the docks. I ducked behind a boat just in time to see a shady-looking guy hand him an envelope. I reached for my phone to record the whole thing. But since I was cursed by the gods of bad timing, this seagull flew out of nowhere and started screeching its head off right above me. Oh God, shut up, you feathery demon! I waved my arms to shoo it away, but it only screamed louder. So I got up and ran before someone spotted me, except my foot snagged on a thick rope and I hit the dock floor, and everything went black.
You really don't know when to stop, do you?
Nope, not when it comes to defending my honor.
Well, your honor is about to get kicked in the face. What were you thinking following me like that? Don't you know how dangerous I can be? Does that not scare you?
Yes, but I wasn't gonna tell him that. Instead, I just smiled like an idiot. That pissed him off further because he punched me in the face. Ow! What was that for?
I just don't like your face. Now tell me, how much of it did you see?
Oh, everything. I saw you taking pills from that burly dude. I knew you were trashy, but taking enhancers to get better at the game? That's low, man. You're disrespecting the spirit of soccer. And you should be ashamed of that.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mommy. Will you please forgive me for thinking you were not as stupid as you looked? That envelope didn't have any pills, buttface. It had precious stones.
That's when Jake told me that his dad actually ran a whole operation where he smuggled precious stones and sold them for money to fund his political campaigns. And Jake was just his dad's delivery boy. So, Marcus saw you doing a deal for your dad, but why is he making you handle his dirty deals? Doesn't he have people for that?
My dad doesn't trust anyone, not even his closest allies. But I'm the golden boy. Straight A's, star athlete, who would suspect Mr. Perfect, right?
But even Sarah told me she saw you take some pills.
Those were vitamins. My body's 100% natural. Also, remind me to dump that backstabber Sarah once all of this is over.
So, if you weren't on pills and you weren't cheating, then why did you come after me?
Because you took away the one thing that mattered to me, that scholarship. The scout who chose you picks one student per school for an Ivy League college, and that spot was mine, but you stole it!
I earned that place, Jake. Besides, your daddy is rich. You don't need a scholarship. You can get into any college you want. Suddenly, Jake looked at me and started laughing.
You think my dad would let me go to an Ivy League? He wants me to stay with him and do his dirty laundry while he wins elections. He hates me, Carter, because the day I was born, he lost his wife. And he reminds me of that every single day. I'm nothing but an errand boy to him, and I wanted to get away from this life, but you wrecked everything. So I decided to get back at you. I found your phone after that locker room fight, and you'd placed it at an angle that had accidentally recorded the whole fight. I just clipped the worst part and posted it on your social media. I thought if I made you the bad guy, the coach would drop you, and the scout would back off, but none of that happened.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, I'm a good guy, and you're a jerk. And I don't care what your sob story is. You totally deserve to get your butt kicked.
And who's gonna do that? You?
No. All of us will.
Jake spun around, only to see Kiki, Marcus, and the entire soccer team blocking the doorway. What are you all doing here?
You accidentally shared your live location. I saw it and tried to call, but you didn't pick up. I knew something was wrong, so I went to Marcus and convinced him to help me find you. And he called the whole team.
I was ready to run, but then Kiki reminded me how I got suspended for a fight I didn't start. And if I stayed quiet, Jake would continue fooling everyone. So I decided to fight, with backup.
Jake, we trusted you, man. We made Carter's life hell because we thought he betrayed you. Never even gave him a chance to explain. But now, we're here for our brother, and we're taking him with us.
Jake lunged forward angrily, but a couple of the guys tackled him to the ground and held him tight. His men tried to fight back, but the rest of the team wasn't backing down. While everyone fought, Kiki called the cops, and within minutes, sirens blared in the distance. The police dragged Jake away, kicking and screaming, and the next morning, we found out he had cooperated with the cops and spilled everything about his dad's smuggling operation. Thanks to that, and the fact that he was still a minor, he got off with probation and was even allowed to play the finals. Not as a captain, but as a second to me. But the team was shaken up by all the drama, so much that we couldn't focus on the game. Motherhood. As for me, I got the scholarship and moved to New York, and so did Kiki. It's been a year now, and I'm officially living the dream with my girlfriend.
Ew, why are you lying? You haven't even asked me out yet.
Well, I'll fix that right now. Kiki, will you? Okay, so my luck was still rotten, but hey, luck doesn't choose winners. Choices do. And sometimes, the best comebacks start with the worst days.
When I got home from school one day, I heard loud laughter and glasses clinking from the lounge. I got out of sight quickly before anyone spotted me. Ugh, it was Mom and her friends. They always sounded like a group of hyenas when they got together. I heard one of her friends say, "But seriously, you're so beautiful. Can't believe your daughter is that ugly." Mom laughed, and so did everyone else. In case you haven't guessed already, I don't like my mom. In fact, I hate her. She really seems like such an airhead. She enjoys nothing except gossip and shopping. And I hate the way she dresses. Once she came to school and I wanted to die of embarrassment. She was wearing the tightest, shocking pink dress and had a ton of makeup on. And she was strutting down the street like she was a runway model. The boys in my class were staring and grinning at her. It was so gross. To make it worse, I heard one of them say, "Wow, now we know where Ella gets her looks from. I should ask her out already." Yeah, great. Except they weren't talking about me. My name is Mallory. My sister, Ella, who's a couple of years younger than me, is one of the most popular girls in school. People are so shocked when they find out we're related. She looks just like Mom and acts just like her too. I told Dad about how Mom had turned up at school and how I hated the way she acted. He sighed and said she didn't used to be this way before, but she changed completely after her sister left. I didn't even know she had a sister, but her ditziness wasn't why I really hated her. I still couldn't forget that night when I had woken up in the middle of the night feeling really thirsty. I was on my way to the kitchen to grab some water when I heard Mom's loud sobbing and Dad's voice coming from their bedroom. What's going on? I wondered. I crept up to their room and peered into the slightly open door. Dad was sitting on the bed, his head in his hands, and Mom was kneeling next to him, crying and begging him to forgive her. "How could you do this, Melissa?" Dad said, his voice full of despair. "And with my best friend, you ruined everything. Please, please don't say that." Mom sobbed even louder. "Please say you'll forgive me. It was a terrible mistake." I couldn't listen to any more of this. My head and heart felt like they were going to burst. Mom had been cheating on Dad with Jack? God, I had never liked that scumbag. Dad packed his bags the next morning and left. He kissed me on the cheek and said he was going away on a business trip. He looked so heartbroken. I knew he wasn't going on any trip. He was moving out. I couldn't even say anything. I just choked back my tears and nodded. I couldn't stand to be around Mom. I could hear her crying in her room, and I just wanted to smash something in her face. It was all her fault Dad had left, and he might never come back. Just then, the door opened, and it was Dad. Oh, thank God. Clearly, he had decided to forgive Mom and give their marriage another chance. I was so relieved to see him, but I just couldn't look at Mom in the same way ever again. I had no respect for her. The secret had been eating me up inside. I hadn't told anyone except my best friend. If I told Ella, she probably wouldn't even have believed me. She was Mommy's little puppy dog. I could hear Mom calling me down for dinner. At the table, she asked me how school was, and I pretended I hadn't even heard her. I turned to Dad and started talking about an upcoming sports event at school. When I took the first bite of the meatloaf Mom had cooked, I made a disgusted face and pushed my plate away. Yuck! That tastes awful. I'm just going to make myself a peanut butter sandwich again, I said. I could see the hurt look on her face, but I didn't care. I wanted to hurt her. Mallory, it tastes just fine, Dad said sternly. Just sit down and finish your food. No, I screamed, getting up from my chair. Her food is terrible. I'd rather go hungry. And with that, I ran upstairs to my room. Before I slammed the door shut, I heard Ella talking in her sickly sweet voice. Mommy, the meatloaf is delicious. Mallory is just going through a phase. Probably boy troubles. And then I heard them both giggle. I felt so pissed off. Gosh, could she ever stop sucking up? A couple of hours later, my stomach was growling so loudly, I was pretty sure the neighbors could hear it. I snuck into the kitchen and took a look in the fridge. Sadly, they finished the meatloaf. Ugh, I really would have to eat that peanut butter sandwich now. I was sneaking back upstairs when I heard my parents' low voices in the lounge. And I heard my name. Mom was telling Dad that she'd just had about enough of my behavior. Dad said he'd talk to me later, but it was probably just me acting out as a teenager. A couple of days later, I woke up to some shouting. Too early to hear your screeching, Mom. Her voice was like nails on a chalkboard. I walked downstairs to find Mom waving something in Dad's face. I just want to know how these got in your car. Who do they belong to? She shrieked. Dad stood there silently, which seemed to make her even angrier. She threw whatever was in her hands to the floor. It was a pair of earrings, and I recognized them immediately. They were mine. I rushed over and picked them up. I felt so furious. How dare she accuse Dad of cheating? I turned to her, not bothering to hide my hatred for her one bit. Mom, you're such a stupid psycho! I shouted at her. They're my earrings! I probably forgot them in Dad's car. You have no right to talk to Dad like that. I don't even know how he puts up with you. No wonder your sister left you. Mom looked completely shocked for a minute, and then she burst into tears. Just then, Ella came running to Mom's side, and she glared at me and started screaming. Don't talk to Mom like that, you dumb cow! Seriously, what is wrong with you? Ella said. It was Dad's turn to be furious, also at me. Mallory, that's it! You are grounded for a week! Go up to your room, now! Dad said. I ran up the stairs, tears pouring down my cheeks. Thanks to Mom's drama, I was now grounded. Mom gave me the cold shoulder, and I was more than happy to not talk to her. On Sunday, I heard my family leave for church service, and I let out a big whoop. Great. Finally, I could go watch some TV in the lounge. I ran downstairs joyfully, grabbed lots of snacks, and settled down on the couch when I heard something from the basement, where Dad had set up his home office. I froze for a second. No one was supposed to be home. I tiptoed down the stairs, and as I got closer to the door, I heard Dad's voice. Phew. Relief flooded over me. I was about to go back to my spot on the couch when I heard a woman's laughter. Feeling really curious, I turned back around and peered in through the door. Dad was having a video call with someone on his phone. Emily, we have to be really careful. I have to make sure my wife doesn't suspect a thing, Dad said. I tiptoed back upstairs, feeling a bit sick. Suddenly, I lost my appetite for snacks and TV. Dad couldn't be, could he? Well, even if he was cheating, I couldn't really blame him for trying to find love somewhere else. Mom wasn't exactly wife of the year material. Later at lunch, Mom walked into the room with a bouquet of flowers and a wrap present, which she placed in front of Dad. She kissed him on the cheek and said, "Happy 15th anniversary, darling." Why thank you, Melissa. Dad looked completely surprised and flustered. He started apologizing and saying it had slipped his mind. Mom said it was totally okay, but I could tell that she was really trying hard to not look hurt. Ella squeezed her hand and gave her a sympathetic look. What a goody two-shoes. It made me feel sick. I was tired of being in the house around the two of them. I was dying to go to my best friend's house and vent. I walked downstairs to grab something from the kitchen when I saw Mom in the lounge, all by herself. She was curled up on the sofa and sobbing like a big baby. What now? Geez, Mom, your favorite soap actor died? I said sarcastically. She looked so dumb with all that mascara running down her face, but her sad face turned to a furious one in seconds. She jumped up from the couch and glared at me with bloodshot eyes. She was a small woman, but it scared me. I've had enough of your nonsense. I'm going to throw you out of my house, and your good-for-nothing cheating dad, too, Mom yelled. You're a paranoid freak. Dad would never cheat on you, I managed to scream back. Ella had heard our screaming and come running. To Mommy Dearest's defense, I'm sure. Oh, really? Well, take a look at this. And of all the people, Anna sent it to me. She'll make sure I'm a laughingstock. And with that, she thrust her phone screen in my face. I could tell in an instant that it was Dad, in what seemed to be a really fancy restaurant. Sitting next to him was a beautiful blonde woman dressed in red. They seemed to be having a good laugh. I fell silent for a few seconds, trying to take it all in. Could this be... what was her name? Emily? I just looked at her coldly and said, "So what if he is cheating on you? You deserve it! You cheated on him first!" Mom stood frozen on the spot, her eyes wide, her mouth slightly open. Ella looked equally stupid. "Aha! I know you cheated on Dad with Jack, and I will always hate you for it!" I was shaking now. Mom sank to the couch. After what seemed like ages, she looked at me and said, "Oh, Mallory, you've got it all wrong." She then explained that she had made a bad investment decision with Jack behind Dad's back. Jack had turned out to be a con man and had run away with all their money. It was a huge blow. Wait, she expected me to believe her nonsense now? Really? No. My dad was better than her, and we all knew that. Ella had the phone in her hands now, and she was staring at the picture. Finally, she said angrily, "How could he do this to you, Mom?" I looked at them and said, "No, he isn't a cheater, you idiot. Dad is innocent, and we can ask him together." Mom was hurt and said he wouldn't confess. Then I said, "You know what? I'm going to spy on him just to prove you wrong." So here I was the next day, a couple of blocks away from Dad's office, hiding out in Mom's car. She'd made me skip school and sent me off in her car. Half the day had gone by with nothing happening. I'd almost dozed off when I saw Dad walk out of the building. A shiny black car had driven up outside the main entrance. A leggy blonde in high heels stepped out of it. My dad kissed her on the cheek, and then he got into the car with her, and they drove off. I frantically revved up my engine and started following them. Where were they going? I wondered. We had been on the road for 2 hours now. We left town and were on an empty road between a stretch of fields. Just a few moments later, the car turned left onto a smaller road, leading up to a huge mansion. I parked my car at a distance and walked up to it on foot. I quietly slipped in through the main door. I walked down the large hallway and heard Dad and that Emily talking in another room. Suddenly, I could hear her clicking heels getting louder, and in panic, I ducked behind the huge plotted plant near me. "Wow, this really is a beautiful place, Em," Dad said. "And it'll all be yours soon." "Yes, thanks to you," she said, looking at him with a huge smile. "As soon as you can get that wife of yours to sign the papers." Her evil laugh echoing through the hallway made my blood run cold. And what was worse, Dad joined her. That wasn't the worst of it. They started going up the stairs, and suddenly Emily lost her balance. Dad was quick to catch her. "Oh my God, Em, are you okay? You really shouldn't be wearing such high heels," Dad said. "Oh goodness, yes, I'm fine. You're right, I should be more careful. What with the baby on the way?" She smiled shyly up at Dad, who smiled back and then went upstairs. My legs shaking, I bolted towards the door and ran to my car. I'd heard enough. Dad wasn't just replacing Mom, he was about to replace me with a shiny new baby. I felt so heartbroken. I drove back home like a mad person, rushed out of the car and called out to Mom. There was no reply. I ran up the stairs and looked in every room, and I couldn't find her anywhere. I had her car. Where could she have gone? Suddenly, I noticed a large note stuck on the fridge. "Hey Mal, your dad sent a car for me to take somewhere secret. I have to go see what this is all about. Maybe I'll get some answers. Don't wait for me for dinner. I've taken Ella with me." Oh, no! I frantically tried to call Mom, but there was no answer. This was so bad. And there I was on the road again, driving another 2 hours like a crazy person to some unknown location. I knew exactly where that was. I parked my car at the gate and rushed to the mansion. Emily's car was still there, and Mom and Ella must have been inside because another car was parked outside. I ran in through the main door and looked in all the rooms downstairs. Nothing. I ran upstairs and heard voices from one of the bedrooms. I peered in and saw all 4 of them in there. Mom and Emily were crying. "I still don't understand why you suddenly left," Mom wept. "You just broke my heart, Em." "Oh, Mal, you know how hard it was with Mom and Dad. I couldn't live that life anymore, and I didn't even find out till much later about their accident, which is why I never came to the funeral. Just please forgive me. I will make it up to you." Emily sobbed. I stood there in shock. So this was the long-lost sister. My sister was there, crying like an idiot. Then Mom hugged Dad and thanked him for reuniting them. And behind her back, he mouthed, "I love you, babe." Then he winked at Emily, who also mouthed, "I love you too, babe." I looked at my sister, who had just witnessed this. We exchanged worried looks. Then Mom said, "We are all going to have so much fun together." Oh, poor Mom. For the first time in years, I felt sorry for her.
Hi, I'm Sasha from Florida. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. My mom always told me that when I was born, I came like a ray of sunshine in their lives. My parents were struggling financially and were the poorest in their families, but I was a special kid. They could tell from the start that I was super bright, and I could read and count when I was only 3. This made them so proud, especially since my brother Damien, who was 2 years older than me, was just a troublemaker. Once when I was 5, Damien and I were playing baseball in our small yard, and I told him not to throw so far, but he wouldn't listen.
Relax, Sasha. Don't be such a nagging baby. But Damien, the neighbors.
He threw it again, and this time it broke the neighbor's window, which my parents had to pay for. Damien, you're not getting a Christmas gift this year after that stunt. You're always getting into trouble and costing us money we can't afford.
I told him not to throw so high, Mom.
Of course you did, baby. I wish your brother was smart like you.
Damien looked at me with pure hatred, and ever since then, we fought like cats and dogs, and there was no peace in the house with us around. I kept excelling at school, and with time, my parents' struggles also started getting easier. Dad got a job in the city planning department, and he had a good salary now. The only one getting worse was Damien. He failed 10th grade twice, and now we were in the same class.
If you fail another year, you'll have to find a part-time job and pay for your own school fees. I am not spending my hard-earned money on your failures.
Sasha, why don't you help Damien with his math?
Heck no, I don't want any help from Little Miss Perfect.
It's not like I'm dying to teach you, but this is just getting embarrassing, bro. Take my help if you ever want to leave high school. I tried my best to help Damien, but he was such a thick-headed student. How could someone's IQ be this low? One day, while we were sitting at the local ice cream shop going through his homework, this fancy, overdressed girl sitting at a table opposite us started yelling at the waiter for accidentally spilling a milkshake on her.
You stupid fool! Look at what you did to my Gucci top!
Even though the waiter apologized 10 times, the girl kept being a jerk and told him she wasn't paying for her food. She started walking out, and just as she was passing by our table, her shoe's heel broke and she tripped. But Damien moved at some lightning speed and caught her just before she fell. It was like watching a Bollywood movie in slow motion. The two were staring deep into each other's eyes till I interrupted. Hey, Superman, these algebra exercises won't solve themselves.
Thank you so much. You really are my Superman. You saved my life. I'm Chanel.
Watching Dumb and Dumber making gaga eyes at each other was making me nauseous. So I left them and took the bus home. But I was surprised to see Damien and Chanel already there. How did you get here so fast?
Chanel drives a Lamborghini. Didn't you see it parked outside?
What surprised me even more was that my parents were smiling from ear to ear at her.
Her father is actually one of the richest people in town.
Yes, and your brother and Chanel are dating now. Isn't that amazing? Dating? They just met. I had no idea what this girl saw in my brother or what she wanted from him. So when she was leaving, I caught up with her. Excuse me, Chanel, right?
Yes, and you're Sasha. Your parents tell me you're so smart.
Yeah, and I love my family very much. And even though my brother's dumb, I don't want to see him get hurt. So what's your deal?
What do you mean? I just like him, and I'm gonna ask my daddy to transfer him to my school.
I didn't think Chanel was serious. But a month later, Damien was going to her school, and she was coming over to our house for Sunday lunches. My parents started giving Damien all their attention, and I stopped existing. Damien, my darling, we're so proud of you. We always knew that there was something special about you.
Hey guys,
I got selected to participate in the international math competition. Oh, that's nice, dear. Oh, and Chanel, thank you for speaking to your father. Because of you, I now have a good job at the bank. But Mom, you don't even have any banking qualifications.
Who needs qualifications when you know people in high places?
My house was turning into a fake zone, and everything was about Chanel and Damien now. I wasn't used to this at all. When I was in 11th grade, Chanel invited us to her mansion for her birthday party. We were welcomed warmly by her mother, but her father was forever on a phone call. While my family were busy mingling with the rich, I found a quiet place on a balcony. Just then, this tall Superman-type guy appeared beside me, and I immediately felt nervous.
The view is beautiful from here. I'm Clinton, by the way. I haven't seen you at any of Chanel's parties before.
I'm her boyfriend's sister, not really a close friend. How are you related?
Oh, I'm her ex-boyfriend.
Why would you come to her party?
Her father and I are very close, and he still wants me and his daughter back together.
What? But she's with my brother.
Chanel's father has helped me and my family a lot, so I'd do anything to help him out.
Like, break up my brother and Chanel? Is that what her dad wants? And you'd do it? That's just crazy. They've been together for a year now, and they're in love.
That's what you think.
Sasha, what are you doing here with this jerk? He's obsessed with Chanel and keeps asking me to break up with her because he wants her back.
You are such a fool. I'm just trying to help you, dude.
Damien lunged forward to punch Clinton, who pushed him away roughly to defend himself. Just then, Damien tripped on a rug and landed hard on the floor. Damien! He was unconscious, and we quickly called an ambulance. While my parents and I sat in the hospital waiting room, I went to get some water when I found Chanel in Clinton's arms. You lying, cheating snake! My brother's seriously hurt, and you're here playing makeup with your stupid ex. You can't talk to me like that, Sasha. Oh, drop the act, you witch.
Sasha, why are you making such a commotion?
Because your son is in the hospital, and it's all because of this stupid girl you adore. Just then, I spotted Grandma's pearl necklace around Chanel's neck. Hey, what are you doing with that necklace? It was a gift from your mother. Mom, why would you give her that? You always said it was mine.
Sasha, please calm down. Chanel has done so much for our family since she came into our lives. You need to be more thankful.
Chanel is fooling all of you. She is not who she seems.
Enough of your jealousy. Not everything is about you, Sasha.
After my dad said that, I suddenly lost it and pulled the pearls off Chanel's neck, sending them flying everywhere. I ran away before my blind, foolish family could say more. When I went to see Damien later, he did not look great. You bruised like a peach, bro, but I'm glad you're awake.
Where's Chanel?
Listen, there's something I need to tell. I'm right here, Damien. Oh, you had me really scared, babe. Damien, don't trust anything she says. Just hear me out first.
Sasha, just mind your business, okay? Chanel is the love of my life. Now please, get out.
I saw that I was just wasting my time with my family, so I stopped talking to everyone and minded my own business. But a week later, everything came crashing down. Damien came home looking devastated because Chanel had broken up with him without any explanation. And when Mom returned, she said she'd also lost her banking job.
I should have listened to you, Sasha. Chanel just threw me away like a toy she got bored of. And now, I'm back to being nothing.
But you were never nothing, Damien.
Yes, I was. I was always a disappointment next to you. But once I started dating Chanel, they finally noticed me. I was worth something.
It was true. I'd enjoyed all their attention without ever thinking about how he felt. And for the first time, I hugged him. Just then, Dad appeared, looking frantic.
Chanel is a bigger traitor than we could have imagined. She stole some important work documents from my study, which proved that our entire neighborhood was built on some illegal land decades ago. Her father has those documents now, and he's planning to demolish the whole neighborhood to set up his factory here. Son, I think this is why she was dating you all along. And now we'll lose our house, and I'll definitely lose my job.
I couldn't believe how far Chanel had gone to deceive us all, and I had to do something. I was sitting at the local cafe wondering what could be done when I spotted Clinton in the corner looking upset. Why do you look like you've been crying? Aren't you back with Chanel?
No, I'm not. That day at the hospital, I was only hugging her because she was really upset about your brother.
Whose heart she broke, by the way. Upset my butt. She totally used him.
You don't know everything. It's all because of her dad. Anyway, I told him I didn't want to get back with Chanel because I don't love her, and he fired me from his company.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. But right now, I have to figure out how to save our entire neighborhood from getting bulldozed by Chanel's dad.
I know how you can stop him.
Look, I still don't really trust you, but I'm listening. Clinton told me that Chanel's father had some important documents in his safe at home, which proved he'd committed fraud to steal people's lands.
I still have the access card to his home office, and the whole family goes to the golf course every Saturday morning. That's when we can get in. If we expose him, he'll be ruined.
I was very nervous about this whole plan, but a lot of people were about to lose their homes, so I had to try. When the day arrived, we managed to get into his office and get the documents from the safe when suddenly Chanel walked in.
What are you doing here?
Chanel, I should call the police. I was scared out of my wits, but suddenly she took my hand. But I won't. My dad's been using me for his dirty business all this time, and I'm sick of it. I don't want anyone to lose their homes. So go and save your neighborhood. I suddenly hugged her. Thank you, and I'm sorry. No, you had every right to be angry, but you have to know, even if it started off as an act, I really did fall in love with your brother.
Come on, Sasha, we have to go. They'll be back any moment now.
The documents we had were enough proof to get tons of lawsuits slapped on Chanel's dad and shut his illegal businesses for good. And our neighborhood was safe.
You did it, Sasha.
We're so proud of you, love. Well, I wasn't alone. Clinton helped me. And Chanel. Just then the two walked in and Damien looked furious.
What? Why would you have anything to do with these people, especially her, after what she did?
She only hurt you because of her father, Damien. You have to give her a chance.
Yeah, and all that time I warned you about breaking up with Chanel, I was just trying to protect you from her dad's plans. Because you're a good guy, Damien. Also, you should listen to your sister because she's strong and smart.
I was taken aback by Clinton's words, and the way he looked at me gave me butterflies.
We don't know about Damien, but we will never forgive her.
Mom, Dad, you weren't completely innocent here either. You only started giving Damien attention when he brought a rich girlfriend home. And you accepted all kinds of favors from Chanel, even though you didn't deserve them. Let's just all forgive each other and start over, okay? We left Damien and Chanel to talk things over, and I was certain things would be right between them because they truly loved each other.
We make a good team, don't we?
I guess you could say that.
We should, team up more often.
Okay, I'll contact you next time there's another neighborhood that needs to be saved.
Or how about you try to understand what I'm saying and realize I'm asking you out?
Yeah, I understood that the first time. And sure, why not? Hi, I'm Princess Aurora from Monaco, and I was born to the most awful king and queen ever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I'm sure everyone thought I was the luckiest little girl in the world, but I didn't. The royal palace was a prison. My only playmates were the maids, and I was never allowed to go beyond the palace walls. My parents always said the world outside was ugly and cruel.
But look at these pictures, Daddy. These places look beautiful. Why won't you ever let me see them?
Sweetheart, you'll understand when you're older.
Why can't you tell me now? Why are you keeping me here? You won't even send me to school.
You have the best tutors in the world, darling.
But I have no friends.
Of course you do. Us.
Jeez, who wants to be friends with their parents? Once when I was 8, I was reading on my bed when suddenly someone crawled out from under it, and I fell off in shock. I looked up, and my eyes met those of a boy my age.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. If you tell on me, I'll be in so much trouble. I won't, pinky swear. Now tell me where you've come from.
He was one of the maid's kids, and he'd sneaked into the palace, and he had the most amazing things to tell me about the outside world.
Have you ever been on a roller coaster? My mom took me once. It goes so fast, you want to throw up. It's awesome, like you're flying.
I'd like to fly.
Ooh, and that same day, I ate cotton candy.
What's that?
It's like a cloud of sugar. It just melts in your mouth.
Oh, wow. He wanted to see the palace, so we tiptoed down the hallway. But just then we heard voices, and we crawled into a vent. And soon enough, my maids discovered I wasn't in my room, and everyone was going bonkers looking for me. The two of us couldn't stop laughing. When it looked like the hallway was clear, the boy crawled out first, and he was instantly grabbed by some guards.
Hey, stop it! He's my friend!
He's not supposed to be here. He could be dangerous.
He's not! Let him go!
But they took him away, and I stormed off to my parents, who started crying as they hugged me.
Mom, Dad, I'm fine.
I was right here. Now tell those stupid guards to let my friend go.
What friend? There was someone inside the palace?
Yes, a boy. But he's nice, I promise.
My parents said they'd look into the matter, but the next day, I found out that the boy's mom was gone.
What did you guys do to the maid and her son? Did you fire her? Or did you throw them in the dungeon?
Of course not. She just decided it was best for her to leave.
You're such a liar, Dad. I made one friend and you took him away. You just don't want me to be happy.
And I ran off in angry tears. I was convinced my parents had done something awful to them. I'd never even asked his name. And after that, I decided that I wasn't letting them rule over my life anymore. The next day, when my etiquette teacher was going on and on about the right way to hold a fork, I suddenly jumped onto the table like a monkey, snatched it from her, and started scratching my back with it.
What are you doing, princess? That's so uncivilized.
Why should I be civilized when I live in a cage? I'm no better than a gorilla in a zoo.
I grabbed a banana and started chewing on it loudly.
That's enough. Please, get down this minute.
I threw the banana peel smack at her face. My parents were not happy when she quit, but I didn't stop there. I refused to study from my tutors. I wouldn't eat anything but junk food, and I refused to shower for weeks.
Yo, what's up, friends? How about you read me a bedtime story?
Good God, that smell. Please, honey, take a shower.
What? It's not that bad.
Okay, I've had enough. Let's talk. What do you want, Aurora?
I want to go to school and have friends. To my shock, Dad actually agreed, but on the condition that I would wear a wig and a mask.
Why? No one knows what I look like.
We have to be extra careful.
Fine, but no bodyguards.
You don't want anyone to know who I am, right? Then let me be a nobody.
And I couldn't believe it when the palace gates actually opened for me. And I was on my way to school. It was the most exciting day of my life. As I walked down the school hallway, I could see people giving me weird looks. When I entered the classroom, I noticed a bunch of kids gathered around a pretty girl who saw me and started laughing. Great. I wasn't gonna have an easy time making friends looking like this. Later at recess, I observed what the other kids were doing and saw them making their way to the food counter. I walked over straight to the lunch lady, when suddenly someone called out to me, the girl from my class.
What do you think you're doing, weirdo? Get in line.
What do you mean?
See this line? Get your butt at the end of it.
But why would I do that?
Because you have to wait for your turn. What are you, some moron or daddy's spoiled princess?
Daddy's spoiled princess.
Well, high five, girl. My dad's really rich too and spoils me rotten. But even I have to wait in line.
Oh, I see. But I'm pretty sure my dad's richer than yours. As I turned to walk away, the girl suddenly lunged at my mask. And the second she ripped it off my face, someone pulled her away and picked me up. I looked around in horror to see 10 bodyguards in plain clothes surrounding us. Everyone in the cafeteria was staring in stunned silence.
Princess Aurora, are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine. Now put me down.
And just like that, it was my last day of school. My parents said there was no way they could send me without security, and it was impossible for me to hide who I was. I just stayed in my room for the next 2 days and gave up on school. But the next day, Dad had some important guests for dinner, and when I joined them, everyone was staring at me.
Aurora, darling, why are you wearing a mask?
I just don't want anyone to see my face, Mom. Like, ever. But see? This hole I cut in my mask, I can drink with a straw.
And I started slurping loudly on the soup. And from that day on, I refused to take the mask off in front of people. As I grew older, my parents expected me to go with them to boring ceremonies and parties. And no matter how much they begged, the mask always stayed on. Why are you doing this? There's so much speculation in the media about what you're hiding behind the mask. People think you're ugly or crazy. I didn't care. I didn't have control over anything in my life, but this I could do. This was my act of rebellion. Soon after, on my 17th birthday, my parents called me into their room one day and dropped a bombshell on me.
We have some really important guests coming this week, and one of them is Prince Fardling. You need to make a good impression on him, so you will not wear your mask. Please.
Why? Well, we were hoping you two would get married one day. I stared at them, and then I laughed so hard I fell off my chair. You think I'm gonna marry someone whose name is Prince Farting? It's Fartling. I think she's actually gone crazy. I'm the one who's crazy? You're the one telling me you've decided who I'll marry. No one has decided anything, but you will give him a chance. The marriage could be good for our country's relationship. And do you care about what's good for me? That has always come first. How can you even say that? My entire life, you've never cared about what I want. I'm so tired of this. You're a princess, Aurora, a princess. Everything isn't about you. Being royalty comes with certain obligations. Nothing is about me, and I hate being a royal princess. The next few days, my parents and I gave each other the silent treatment. But sure enough, the guests arrived soon, and I was ordered to come down dressed up for the welcome dinner without my mask. Well, I had other plans. I knew it was a busy night at the palace with most of the guards at the main entrance. So I climbed out my window and ran away. I couldn't stay there another minute. I was literally dancing down the street when suddenly I took my mask off and threw it in the trash. All of Monaco knew me as the weird masked princess, but hardly anyone knew my real face. It was the best disguise. But as it started to get darker, I decided to look for a hotel for the night. Just then, a dark figure came running at me and snatched my phone out of my hand. But the moron didn't know I was trained in martial arts. I had him screaming on the ground in pain, and then he ran away like a scared rabbit. Suddenly, I heard someone behind me.
Wow, that was... Hey, no, don't hit me. I'm harmless.
I saw that it was a boy my age. Okay, I'll spare you, but only if you find me a place to stay for the night.
Why? Where's your house? And why are you out alone so late?
Do you always ask so many questions? Just find me a place, man.
Fine. What's your budget?
What do you mean?
I mean, how much money can you spend on a hotel?
Money? I don't have money.
Then how are you going to pay for a hotel?
The government will pay for it, I guess.
Did you just run away from a mental asylum?
No, I didn't. Listen, I'm a tourist, okay? And someone stole my bag and all my money. And I don't know my way around the city. So, can you please help me? The boy looked at me and then sighed.
Fine, you can crash at my place, but just for tonight, okay? You gotta figure something out tomorrow.
Yes, I will.
I didn't catch your name.
Oreo.
Your name is Oreo, like the cookie?
What cookie?
Oh God, never mind.
I found out his name was Andre and that he lived with his parents in a really small house. And then he led me to a dingy shed outside and said I could sleep there. Why can't I sleep inside?
There's no space, and I'm not telling my parents I brought some crazy girl home. I'll just get you some blankets. Stay here.
Are you sure the news is true? How could this happen?
Yes. I heard it straight from my cousin who's a palace guard. Princess Aurora has indeed run away, but they're keeping it very quiet. They've told the guests that she's really sick. They'll try to get her back before the news gets out.
Poor girl. She must have been so miserable that she ran away. I hope she's safe.
Hey, listen, you can sleep in my room, but my parents better not find out.
He helped me through the window into his room and told me that I could take his bed while he'd sleep on the floor. But once Andre switched the light off, I kept tossing and turning to get comfortable. Gosh, this mattress was so lumpy.
Will you stop moving? All that creaking isn't letting me sleep.
Sorry. I'll be quiet as a mouse now. I tried to stay still, but I just couldn't fall asleep. Hey, are you awake?
Obviously. You're so noisy.
Thanks for everything, Andre.
You're welcome, Oreo.
The next morning, Andre shook me awake at 7 in the morning and said I had to leave with him as he was going to school.
I'll take you around the city after school, if you want. You can stay a little longer till you figure things out. You do have some plan, right?
Yeah, of course. I'll call my family for some money and I'll be gone before you know it. Thank you. Andre even let me borrow some clean clothes, and we walked together to his school. I had promised I'd stay outside and wait for him, But only minutes after he'd left, I sneaked in too. As I walked down the hallway, I quickly hid behind a wall when I saw Andre by the lockers, with a pretty girl leaning against them.
Hi, handsome. Are my assignments done?
You'll have them in a few days, Selena. I've been busy. And you still haven't paid me for the last ones.
I'll pay you for everything, Snookums. Don't you trust me?
Not really. How about you pay me for those first, and then you'll get the rest?
Don't push your luck, Andre. You're cute, but not that cute. If I don't have all the assignments by tomorrow, well, you know how difficult I can make things for you. And with that, she left. What a witch! And what was she holding over Andre?
When I met him outside school later, he said that he couldn't take me around the city because he had a lot of work to do. I told him I was happy to help, and we headed off to the local library.
Oreo, you're a lifesaver. And you're really good at math.
Andre, these assignments aren't yours, are they? I sneaked in and saw you with that girl. Why are you putting up with her? She seems awful.
You got that right. But her dad frickin' owns the school, and she knows I'm on scholarship. She could make her dad take it away from me. At first, it didn't seem like a bad deal anyway because she'd pay me for the assignments. But now, sometimes she doesn't.
That's so unfair. Is it really that important for you to be at this school?
Yeah, it is. Being here will give me some great chances for college scholarships. I need to do this for my family, Oreo. But sometimes, I just want to run away from everything.
I know exactly how that feels. Suddenly, Andre leaned in a little closer, and for some reason, my heart skipped a beat. His eyes were such a lovely blue. He reached over and rubbed his thumb over my nose.
You got some ink. You look like a clown.
I dipped my fingers into the ink bottle when he wasn't looking and smudged them all over his cheek. He reached for the bottle as I ran, and soon the librarian threw us both out. The next day, I was hanging out on the bleachers at school when he joined me during recess, looking bummed out. She didn't pay you for the assignments, did she?
No, she didn't.
How much does she owe you?
520 euros. Wait, where are you going?
To teach that girl a lesson?
Oreo, no. You'll just make things worse.
I promise. She won't think it has anything to do with you. Meet me outside. And before he could stop me, I put a handkerchief around my face and ran off inside the building. I spotted her walking by herself into the bathroom, and I stepped in after her and locked it. Hey, who are you?
Your worst nightmare.
Oh, open that door right now, or I'll scream. I'll kick your butt real hard if you even try. I'm not kidding. And I showed her my best karate moves. What do you want from me, psycho? How much money do you have in your wallet? I don't know. 600 euros? Okay, that's not a lot, but I'll take it. Oh, you wait till my daddy finds out. I grabbed her wallet, locked the bathroom from the outside, and sprinted like a maniac. Andre was waiting for me outside the school, and he almost fell down laughing when I told him.
Man, I wish I could have seen her face. You're crazy, Oreo. Good crazy. Now, I gotta keep my promise of showing you around.
And we had the best day ever. We cycled all over the city, ate ice cream till our tummies hurt, and then he took me to an amusement park. I have to go on a roller coaster. I've never been on one.
You're really missing out. Let's go.
But as the roller coaster began to go up the slope, I started freaking out. Oh my god, I can't do this, Andre.
Open your eyes, Oreo.
Nuh-uh, not happening.
You can't do this with your eyes closed. Just take my hand, okay?
I opened one eye and we were right at the top. I squeezed Andre's hand really tight.
Oh, and if you feel scared, just scream!
And boy, did I scream, and all my fear suddenly left me. This was the most freeing experience I'd ever had in my life. As we got off the ride laughing, Andre walked over the screen, and the word princess caught my attention, and the text I read left me shook. Stop messing with me, Andre. If you really have pictures of the princess, send them to me now. I looked through his phone with trembling hands to find photographs of me, sitting in the shed on my first night, stepping onto the roller coaster. More pictures around the city. What? Just then Andre walked in, and his face turned white.
Listen, Aurora, it's not what you think it is.
Oh, and what do I think? That you're a creep who's been secretly taking pictures of me? Were you going to sell them to the press?
I do have a friend who works in a newspaper.
And you thought that you'd make big money by telling everyone I ran away. Oh, and even better, you'd be showing the real face of the weird masked princess. They must have offered you a lot of money for that. Will you just listen? No, I will not. Our loud voices had made Andre's dad come upstairs, and he looked shocked to see me.
Andre, who's your guest?
I'm the Royal Princess of Monaco, and I'd really appreciate it if you took me back to the palace now. And I left without another word to Andre. I couldn't even stand his face. I thought my parents would be raging mad when I got back home, but instead they just hugged me and burst into tears. Aurora, we were so worried about you. Don't you ever scare us like that again, love? I just have to know, Dad. Why did you keep me inside all my life?
Sweetheart, you have an evil aunt who kidnapped you when you were a baby. She wanted to get rid of you so that she'd be the next heir to the throne. Luckily, we found you, but she managed to escape. That's why we were always so paranoid. But we recently found out that she died, so the threat is gone. I'm sorry you were so miserable, Aurora, but I was only doing what I had to.
And my marriage? I don't want to get married right now. We just wanted you to meet the prince. We would never force you to marry someone. I'm so sorry that I've been so angry and difficult, but I wish you just explained all this to me. And I've seen some of the world now, and I know you can't trust everybody, but it's still a wonderful place, and I want to see more of it.
And you shall, my darling.
The guests were still at the palace, and they were informed I was feeling well now. A grand ball was arranged 2 days later, and when I entered the hall without my mask, people seemed to be stunned by my beauty. I was having a great time dancing when Mom called me aside and said that I had a visitor. I stepped out into the hall to find Andre? What are you doing here?
I just need you to hear me out, please. Yes, I took those pictures and I wanted to sell them to pay my mom's medical bills, but I just couldn't. I'm ashamed that I even planned to, and I'm sorry. I'm here to delete them in front of you. You will never see or hear of these pictures again.
Just as he was about to, I ran forward and stopped him. No, don't. I'd like to have them. They're some of my best memories. And thank you for everything you did for me. Your mom's bills will be taken care of.
No, that's not why I'm here.
I know that, Andre. Hi, I'm Hope from Honolulu. Please like and subscribe to 4Eve. My parents always said I was born beautiful. I received so many compliments and modeling offers for baby products that they launched my modeling career when I was just 3. But I never really knew my parents. When I was 6, they started a clothing line named after me and got really busy with it. So they mostly left my older sister Leilani in charge, and she hated me.
You promised we'd play with the dolls.
You can't always be the center of the universe. I have to take this call. Fashion Kids magazine wants you again.
She'd always lie and say we'd do one thing, but we'd do another thing instead, and I'd suffer.
You said after my fashion show, we'd go home. I'm tired.
Just sign a few more autographs and don't be so ungrateful.
Sometimes I wondered if she was so mean to me because she was jealous of my fame. Once when I was 12, I was at a signing event and I escaped from the crowd. I stumbled into an alley where a girl my age was looking through the trash with her mom. I offered them some snacks from my bag, and their reaction was so wonderful. Just then, Leilani found me and dragged me away. And later, when we were on a video call with our parents, she told them what had happened.
Hope, it's not okay to sneak off like that. And that poor family could have robbed you.
Or taken a lock of your hair to sell on eBay.
No, they were nice, and I liked helping them.
Nonsense. You're too busy and famous to be doing anything else. Anyway, we heard your sister booked you on a morning show for the launch of your new toy line.
Little Hope dolls. They're gonna sell like hotcakes.
Sometimes it felt like my parents just used me for money. In fact, I felt people were friends with me for the same selfish reasons. But I never gave up on the idea of using my wealth for good. When I turned 14, I held my first fundraising event for homeless people, and it was a big success. But my second fundraiser turned into a complete nightmare, because the day after it, my face was all over the news with the words teen thief.
Hope, they're saying you kept all the funds for your business.
What? Why would they think I took all that money?
The news is saying they got an anonymous tip. This can't be good for your career.
It's all over social media. They're calling it the biggest scandal of the year.
You need to stop all this charity nonsense. We need to work on saving your reputation so you won't lose out on any modeling contracts.
I didn't care if I never modeled again. I didn't understand how anyone could think I'd steal charity money. I was too embarrassed to even leave the mansion. Soon after, I was about to join a new high school, and I went to Leilani with an odd request. Help me make a disguise for high school. You're my makeup artist. If anyone can do it, it's you. Look, it's hard for me to trust people. They'll probably use me for my money and fame or spread more lies. I'd rather just go as a regular kid, so I can be active in the school's charity clubs.
You don't think you could just go as yourself?
Doubtful. I always become the center of attention without meaning to. And because of that scandal, the charity clubs might not trust me. I just want to fade into the background and do the things I care about. Please. To my shock, she agreed to the makeover. She gave me cute short hair as part of my disguise. I decided to keep my disguise a secret from my parents. They were not happy about my short hair, but my agent had advised me to take a break from modeling and stay out of the public eye anyway till the scandal died down. At home, I was Hope, the supermodel on a break. But at school, I was Minnie, the humanitarian. I joined the charity club and the volunteer work I was doing felt amazing. And I was making friends pretty easily. But one day at school, I was lifting a heavy box of canned food donations when I suddenly threw out my back.
Whoa, are you okay?
I suddenly noticed there were two really cute guys watching me struggle to stand up straight. Guess I'm an old lady who's not used to heavy lifting. Ouch.
Let's take you to the school nurse, Granny. I'm Kai.
And I'm Crane. Here, let me take your bag. What was in that box?
Canned stuff for a food drive. Crane immediately dropped my bag to the floor.
You're part of a food drive? Not gonna help you.
What? Come on, Nan. Let's just take her to the nurse. She's hurt.
Whatever. Not my problem.
And then he just left. What was that about?
Are you seriously doing a stupid food drive, Granny?
My name is Minnie, and what's wrong with food drives?
Minnie?
Minnie.
Everything about them is wrong, Minnie. If the poor just got off their butts and worked, they wouldn't be poor. Why should we treat them like babies and take money from people who do work?
Wow. Sometimes it's hard for people to find work or earn enough, and they need help.
Maybe lame losers do. Well, Minnie, here you are.
Kai winked at me as he left. What a jerk. But I wasn't going to let his arrogant opinion stop me. I organized a school dance to raise funds for the food drive, and it was a hit. But just as I was dancing with some friends, Kai and Crane busted through the gym doors with crowns on their heads.
To the rich, stand with the rich.
What are you doing, Kai?
We're here to tell everyone the poor are pathetic and charities are scams. Don't be fooled.
Just then, Crane started kicking down the display of food donations like a maniac. Luckily, the teachers there kicked them both out before they could do more damage. What planet were these jerks from? But I forgot all about them when I got home that afternoon and saw Dad running out to me.
Didn't you check your phone, Hope?
I think the battery died. What's wrong?
Your mom and sister got into a car accident, but the doctor said they'll be okay. They both have some broken bones and will need bed rest.
I started to cry, and Dad hugged me. I couldn't remember the last time he'd done that, and I decided I'd stay home for the next few weeks to take care of Mom and Leilani. The next evening, my bodyguard drove me down to the food bank to drop off the school's donations. To my shock, I saw Kai step out of his car in front of us, and he was dropping off bags of donations. What the hot fudge? I snapped a picture of him, and I confronted Kai in the school hallway the next day. Saw you at the shelter last night.
What are you talking about?
This?
How did you... Okay, please, listen. Crane is against charity work, not me. He convinced me to think that way a long time ago, but I don't agree with him anymore. Years ago, Crane's family fell into a big scam by some fake charity, and they lost a huge fortune.
Oh no.
Yeah, his dad had to work so hard just to get them back on their feet. Now, he talks trash about all charities, and he doesn't trust the poor. He actually enjoys shutting charity work down in public. He bullied me into crashing that dance. And well, I'm sorry I did, really.
He looked really sincere. If that's the truth, I understand. But you gotta stand up to Crane sometime. You can't keep pretending to be someone you're not. Kai offered to walk me to class, but I explained I was just there to collect my books as I was homeschooling for a while. He asked for my number, and I kinda left with butterflies in my stomach. Kai and I texted every day for weeks, and he even started coming over. I kept saying it was best to give my mom and sister space to recover, so we'd always hang out in my backyard. Keeping Minnie away from my parents and Hope away from Kai was getting exhausting. I was also developing the biggest crush on the real Kai. He He was nothing like the jerk I'd first met. Once I found him waiting for me in my backyard with the most amazing picnic laid out. Hey, what's all this?
Just a little surprise for your big day. Happy birthday, Minnie.
Kai, my birthday isn't for another 5 months.
What? Really? I looked for you over social media, but I couldn't find you because you're apparently the world's most private person. Then I went to go check the school records, and I guess I got the wrong Minnie.
I guess so. But thanks anyway. It's the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me. Just as I sat down, Kai opened a bottle of soda and the cork went flying straight into my eye.
Oh my god. I am so sorry, Minnie. Wait, stop rubbing your eye and let me see.
He lifted my chin gently as he looked deep into my eyes.
Your eyes, they're...
Yes? They're what?
They're not the same color.
What? Suddenly I realized that my contact lens had fallen out. Oh, my lens must have popped out when I rubbed my eye. I wear them for my eyesight because I'm as blind as a bat.
I see. But why would you wear those green lenses and hide your lovely blue eyes?
His face was so close and I didn't have an answer to his question, so I just kissed him. He looked really surprised, but then he kissed me back, and it felt wonderful. Soon after, Kai and I hosted a fundraising car wash for a soup kitchen, but suddenly a car honked at us angrily.
Well, what do we have here?
Crane, listen, buddy. I know how you feel about this stuff, but I'm asking you to back off. I want to do this.
What? Support lying, dirty thieves? Did you forget what happened to my family?
Of course not, but that was one bad experience. Not all charities are scams.
It's this witch. Winnie's brainwashed you.
It's Minnie, and Kai is free to do whatever he wants, but you need to leave. Just then, Crane went red. He threw a punch at Kai, but Kai blocked it brilliantly and stepped back. Crane, walk away right now.
You better watch yourself, Winnie, or you'll end up like that stupid teen thief model who raised funds for her business. She got what she deserved. She's a forgotten fraud now, a nobody.
Suddenly, I froze in my spot. Was it possible that Crane had started that rumor? He was crazy enough to do it, and what if Kai had been involved back then too? Crane drove off angrily, and Kai turned to me.
This may be the end of my friendship with Crane, but I feel relieved.
I'm proud of how you stood up to him. Kai smiled at me warmly, but now I felt guarded. Did I fall for someone who might have framed me? Later that evening, as he drove me home, Kai suddenly took my hand.
Minnie, I love who you are and who you've helped me become. Will you be my girlfriend?
Kai, no, I can't.
What? Why? I thought you felt the same way. You kissed me.
And maybe that was a mistake. I'm sorry, but I can't be with you. Not only did I feel paranoid about trusting him, he had no idea I was Hope. I hated lies, and now I hated lying. Things were a mess. Kai begged to see me and kept messaging me, but I just ignored him until he gave up. One afternoon, I was fluffing Leilani's pillows when she asked me something unexpected.
Hope, how are you?
Not bad. Why?
Nothing. I just noticed that you looked a bit sad these days.
I kinda lost someone I cared about. Wait, Leilani, why are you crying?
Oh, Hope, I just need to tell you something. I can't keep it in any longer, especially after you've taken such good care of me. And to my shock,
she confessed how she was the one who had started the rumor that I'd stolen the charity funds.
I know it was really wrong, and I'm sorry, but I just got so resentful. I was left in charge of you, and you always came first. And you were always in the limelight, while I never even got thanks for anything I did. I got carried away.
Leilani, how could you?
I really regret it. That's why I agreed to your makeover request, because I didn't want to stand in your way again. I know how good-hearted you really are.
Do you know what you've done? I immediately thought of Kai, this great guy, and how I'd shut him out. I wanted to slap Leilani, but I just stormed off angrily. I told Mom what Leilani had done and said I couldn't stand to be around her right now. To my shock, Mom agreed that I should take a break from her. We arranged for me to stay at my bodyguard's house, and I found out that he lived close to Kai. On my first night there, I walked over to Kai's place. I needed to fix things between us, but his butler informed me that he'd gone to Tokyo for 2 weeks or longer. My heart sank. For 3 days, I texted and called Kai, but he never answered. I knew he was avoiding me, and I deserved it, but I wasn't giving up. I called Mom and explained everything about Kai to her, and she actually listened. Tokyo might be a nicer break for you. OMG, Mom, you'd let me go? Yes, sweetheart. Ever since the accident, your dad and I have been thinking how hard we've pushed you and your sister. We just wanted you girls to know success early on, but we've realized there are more important things than success and money, like happiness and family. You've been amazing during our recovery, honey, and you really deserve to go. Thanks, Mom. I love you. And the next day, I was on a flight to Tokyo with my bodyguard and checked into the same hotel as Kai. Just as I stepped onto the elevator, I was shocked to see Kai inside. He looked awkwardly at me.
Hi, can I help you with something?
I suddenly realized he couldn't recognize me without my disguise. Kai, you're the reason I'm here. I came to tell you the truth. I'm Minnie.
Minnie? Minnie from Honolulu?
Yes, except my real name is Hope.
What?
I told him everything. My trust issues and my disguise and what my sister did, how awful I felt for abandoning him, and how I tried calling him.
I'm using a different phone here, and I understand why you wanted to hide yourself, Hope.
I've missed you. Do you think we could give us another chance?
You flew all the way here to make things right? I'd be a jerk if I say no. But could you do just one thing? Give your sister another chance. Come on, charity starts at home.
I will. I promise. Hi, I'm Sakura from Japan. I never met my dad, and I've always just lived with my billionaire mom and my twin sister Yumi. And for as long as I can remember, Yumi has been a crazy, jealous pain in my butt. Once when I was 5, Mom was so impressed with a painting I'd made, she had it framed. Later that night, I woke up to a sound and I screamed. My favorite doll was covered with paint, and it was hanging by its neck from the ceiling. OMG, Yumi was insane, and she just got worse. Anytime I was doing better than her at anything, she'd act out viciously, and Mom was totally blind to it. But in the 9th grade, Yumi really crossed a line. Mom was hosting a grand party on her new yacht. When I woke up that morning, I shrieked at my reflection. I had a terrible haircut and a mustache drawn on my face. The marker wouldn't even wash off. When I went screaming to Mom, she started laughing and said it was just a silly joke. But sweetie, you can't come looking like this to the party. That would be embarrassing for me. I was furious. When they'd left, I snuck into Yumi's room, opened her Facebook, and posted a status. I'm pregnant, everyone. Can't wait to get all round and fat. When Yumi found out later that night, she attacked me in my sleep. Mom came running at the noise and was so mad when she found out what I'd done.
My reputation is ruined. I can't live here anymore. Do something, Mom.
Next thing I knew, our bags were packed and we were moving to freaking New York. My new school seemed bigger than the White House. And unlike my strict school in Japan, it seemed like everyone could wear or do whatever they wanted here. As we were walking down the corridor, everyone was looking at us and whispering. Suddenly, I heard someone screaming behind me. Hey, wait, are you the real-life Akko from Luna Academy? OMG, somebody pinch me. Oh yeah, you guys look exactly like anime characters. You're hot. What were they talking about? Whatever was going on, it seemed like we'd just become the princesses of the school in minutes. Yeah, even me. I was reading in the library one day when a cute senior, Dylan, came and sat next to me. And he just asked me out. That was weird, but I'd heard Yumi say that she had a crush on him. So I said yes. And suddenly, we were the hottest new couple in school. I was already imagining us as prom king and queen, and I could see Yumi burning up. A month later, Dylan came to my place one day and immediately pulled me in for a kiss. Happy Valentine's Day, babe. I got a present for you. Oh no, I'd completely forgotten about it. He told me to close my eyes and hold out my hand. A rock? Yeah, 'cause you rock my world, babe. What'd you get for me? I ran to my drawer and took out a tacky heart necklace I'd had since I was a kid. 'Cause you stole my heart, babe. And he looked pretty happy. Wow, boys were dumb. A couple of weeks later, it was Dylan's birthday party, and I went over to his place all dressed up. When I finally found him in the crowd, I was shocked to see him kissing a girl. Oh my God, The girl was freaking Yumi. I pulled him from the back of his shirt. Hey, why are you kissing her? We're sisters, but we look nothing alike, you jerk. Yumi just grinned at me like a moron and hung on to him even tighter. Why are you getting so worked up? Don't you know this is common here? We date many girls. That's just our culture.
Don't make him choose between us, Sakura. You know I'll always win.
I charged straight at Dylan and pushed him into the fountain. Then I pounced on Yumi, and we found ourselves rolling around on the ground, pulling each other's hair out. Dylan called security and had me thrown out. Gosh, I couldn't wait to tell Mom about her horrible little princess. But when I got home, I was shocked when the servants told me that Mom was in the hospital. She'd had a stroke. I rushed to the hospital, and Mom weakly opened her eyes when she saw me. Yumi? No, Mom. It's me, Sakura. Just listen. I should have told you both sooner. You girls, one of you is adopted. What are you saying, Mom? The heart necklace. You took it from me as a kid. It has the answer. The necklace? The one I gave to the jerk Dylan? Just as her eyes started to close, the doctor pushed me outside. And a few moments later, they told me she was in a coma. My whole world had suddenly turned upside down. My mom was in a coma? One of us was freaking adopted. Of course, Yumi was devastated by Mom's news, but I didn't tell her what Mom had said. I had to find out the truth myself first. The next day in school, I found Dylan in the boys' locker room and I told him I wanted my necklace back. Sure, I'll think about it, but only if you give me my kisses back.
Dylan, just shut up and give it back, or else.
Jeez, calm down. I gave that ugly thing to some girl named Melinda. I think she's moved to England now.
What? I got so mad. I pounced on him and started pulling his ears. If I don't find the necklace, I swear I will hunt you down and kick your butt.
Dylan screamed like a little girl and his buddies had to drag me out. That night, I tracked Melinda down on Instagram and booked my ticket. I left without a word to Yumi and found myself flying across the Atlantic in search of that stupid necklace. When I got to Melinda's place, there was a wedding happening in the garden, and the servant said the young miss was getting married. I rushed straight into the ceremony as the couple were exchanging their vows, and I yelled, "Give me my mom's necklace, Melinda, or your marriage will be doomed." As everyone stared at me, Melinda stepped out from the audience and pulled me aside angrily. "Who are you? I don't remember inviting you to my sister's wedding." When I told her everything, she looked at me like I was crazy. I gave that necklace to my maid. She just moved to Scotland, but you can get there by train in a few hours. Oh my God! When I finally reached the address she'd given me, I saw a couple of kids playing outside, and one of them was wearing my necklace. I felt terrible for what I was about to do, but I had to. I went up to the little girl and said, "Your necklace is so lovely. Can I try it?"
No! Leave me alone, Dumbo!
So I snatched the necklace and I ran like there were wild dogs chasing me. Finally, I was about to find out the truth. With my heart beating furiously, I opened the locket and what the freaking fish? It was just a picture of Mom holding two babies, me and Yumi. What was this supposed to mean? I took out the picture and turned it over. Sakura, born on 18th September. Yumi, adopted 2 days later. What? Yumi was adopted? This was unbelievable. As the shock wore off, I couldn't help smiling. For a brief minute, I wanted to put this up everywhere on Facebook and Instagram, but then I decided I wanted to see Yumi's reaction myself. I rushed home on the first flight I could get and barged into the house. "Oh, Yumi, where are you? I've got a surprise for you." I found her sitting on Mom's bed, holding a picture frame and sobbing. She turned around to me and said, "What if Mom never comes back to us, Sakura? I feel so lost without her." My heart melted and I ran to hug her. "She'll be fine. The doctors said she will. And you have me." As Yumi hugged me tight, I decided I wasn't going to tell her what I'd discovered. It would be devastating, and Mom would want me to take care of her, so that's what I was gonna do. Yumi and I were getting along better than ever before, but one day when I walked into the cafeteria, I was shocked to see Dylan standing on a table, holding a hand out to Yumi.
I love you, babe. I know that I've let you down, but is it too late to say sorry now?
Yumi took his hand and climbed onto the table, and everyone cheered and clapped as they kissed. I marched over furiously and pulled Dylan to the ground. Hey jerk, I saw you kissing a girl just yesterday, so get away from my sister.
Sakura, are you crazy? You can't treat my boyfriend like that. And I know he kissed someone. He just said he's sorry, okay? He made a mistake.
That's a mistake he makes every day. Yumi, I swear, I just want what's best for you. Break up with him. Babe, don't listen to her. She's just jealous.
Of what? A stupid jerk? No, Sakura. You're jealous of me. You know everyone loves me more. The kids at school, Dylan, even Mom.
And before I knew it, the most horrible words slipped out of my mouth. You wish, Yumi. You wish everyone loved you better, but the truth is, you aren't even Mom's kid. You're adopted. She only treated you better because she probably felt sorry for your poor orphan butt. With that, I threw the necklace at Yumi's shocked face in front of everyone and stormed out. As my anger cooled off, I realized what a terrible thing I'd done. So I rushed home to apologize, but Yumi was nowhere to be found. I checked her Instagram and saw she'd posted a picture with her friends at a frozen lake behind the school. I grabbed my skates and rushed out. Yumi wasn't good at skating at all. When I got there, I saw Dylan and his stupid gang going ahead while Yumi struggled behind them, tripping again and again. She called for Dylan's help, but he just put his arms around a pretty blonde girl and yelled back, "Keep up, babe, or I'll just kiss another girl." And they all skated away laughing. The jerks. As I was trying to catch up to her, suddenly I heard a crack. To my horror, I saw the ice beneath Yumi collapse, and she went in.
Help! Somebody help me!
Oh my god, Yumi, I'm coming! When I got close, I threw myself down on the ice and grabbed her hands. I pulled her with all my might, and she came out shocked and shivering. I quickly took her back home and covered her up with blankets. Yumi, I'm so sorry for what I said. That was such an awful way to tell you about the adoption.
Sakura, I've known about that for a really long time. I once overheard Mom talking to someone. She lost your real twin sister at birth, and I turned up as an abandoned baby at the hospital the same day. So she decided to adopt me. Maybe that's why I've always fought you so hard for Mom's love. I knew I wasn't her real daughter. And I'm sorry for everything too. You saved my life today. You are my real sister. I'd jump in 1,000 lakes and kick 100 butts for you. And man, am I gonna kick Dylan's butt. I filed a police complaint against Dylan and his friends for leaving my sister in extreme danger, and they were in a world of trouble. A few days later, we got a call from the hospital saying Mom was awake. We threw our arms around her the minute we saw her, and I told Mom I'd found the answer in the necklace. I always felt you loved Yumi more, and maybe it's true, isn't it? You just got me, but you chose Yumi to be your daughter. Mom took my hand and said tearfully, "Sakura, I'm so sorry I made you feel that way. Maybe I felt more protective of Yumi because I never wanted her to feel like she wasn't mine. But I chose to have you both, and I love you just the same." As we all hugged and cried, I knew the three of us were going to be just fine. Just as I got up, I found myself facing Eric. What are you doing here? Isn't the meeting going on?
Nope, that's just what I told you. I sent everyone home and was now waiting for you to steal the painting and run away with it.
What?
After the painting was stolen from the museum, the FBI contacted me to help them catch the guy they suspected was after it. Does the name Pierre Soufflé ring a bell?
Nope, never heard of him. What a dumb name.
They told me he would probably strike again. I really didn't suspect you until one of my brothers said something about you looking like a girl we once met in Connecticut, who had a twin. I just couldn't shake that off, and wondered if you were hiding something. I had the FBI look into you, and most of your information checked out, but then they told me that they'd seen the suspected art thief and a girl your age leave your apartment a few times.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Tonight was a trap? How could you trick me?
Hello? Should I get a mirror for you? You've been tricking me from the very start.
That's different.
Only if different means exactly the same.
You'd really send me to jail?
You'd really walk away with that painting?
Eric, I have to do this. I don't have a choice. It's to protect everyone I love from Pierre.
And I'm guessing that list doesn't include me, does it?
As we stared breathlessly at each other, suddenly Pierre's van stopped beside us.
Good lord, get a room!
And before I knew it, his men had grabbed both me and Eric and put some rags on our faces, and I instantly drifted into unconsciousness. When we came about, Eric and I found ourselves tied to chairs on some boat.
Ah, the sleeping beauties are awake just in time for me to say goodbye.
You're not getting away with this.
Oh, yes, I am. It's not like you were smart enough to call the police to your house when you caught Claire. Yeah, that's her real name.
You didn't call the police? What was your plan then?
My guess is he was just going to take the painting from you and give you a chance to run away. I think he even gave his own security men the night off.
Why would you do that, Eric?
Because he wasn't going to send the girl he loves to prison. Duh.
Eric sat there poker-faced as I glanced at him. Pierre, you got what you wanted. Now keep your end of the deal. Pay up and let us go.
Your sister double-crossed me first, which landed you in this mess, remember? I think I'll do the same.
Why is there water coming in the boat?
Oh, that's because it's got oils everywhere. It's going to sink soon. You two should make up and forgive each other because life's too short to be angry. I mean, literally, your life is really short. I'd say about another 30 minutes. Adieu, so long, farewell.
And with that, Pierre and his goons left.
There has to be some way out. Don't you know how to get out of such situations after all your years as a criminal?
I'm a con woman. I don't know how to trick my way out of these ropes.
Great! Then I'll just die here with you of all people.
Who would you rather die with? Maybe that really pretty, extra smiley waitress at the restaurant you love so much?
You know what? Let's just not talk.
Fine by me. We sat silently for a few minutes as the water kept seeping in.
I've never had boba tea.
What?
You know, a few years ago when everyone really got into boba tea, and I never had boba tea. I always thought I had time to drink boba tea, and now I'll never drink boba tea.
It's nothing special. You didn't miss much.
You really mean it?
Nah, it's amazing. Who is stopping you from trying boba tea?
No one? Ugh, you're the worst. Let's go back to not talking.
As we sat there in silence again, I slipped my fingers through Eric's. Eric, I'm so sorry for getting you into this. I really wish I'd never crossed your path. He pushed my hand away.
For the first time today, I agree with you.
Just then, the door burst open, and Meredith came running in. Thank God, Em. I knew you'd come for me.
You could have told me too. I would have panicked less.
Hi, Eric. Remember me? We kissed once. We'll talk more later. Gotta go now.
Meredith cut through our ropes quickly, and we splashed through the water, climbed onto the paddle boat outside, and rowed back to shore.
I had a feeling Pierre was up to no good. I followed his van to Eric's house and saw him take you two and bring you here. I had to wait for him to leave before I could rescue you, and that jerk left without giving us a dime.
We have to get that painting back. He can't get away with it.
What is so special about that stupid painting? Why is it for $10 million?
Apparently, it's worth much more. My grandmother bought it at some auction a few years ago, but I don't think she ever knew its real worth. The FBI told me that painting has hidden codes all over it. Sensitive government secrets and coordinates of underground facilities, and Pierre wants to sell those secrets to the highest bidder.
Jeez. Trust stupid men to make everything so complicated. Who put codes in a painting? Who wants them now? What is wrong with everybody? All I ever wanted from life was to go to Bora Bora, and now we have no money.
If you girls know anything about where he's going, help me catch him. I'll tell the FBI you were helping me all along, and you'll go scot-free.
Free but poor?
Should I offer you a reward for helping me get back a painting you stole from me?
That would be polite, yeah.
Meredith, do you have any idea where Pierre's going?
Yeah. I've bugged everything that man owns. His phone, his coat, his shoes, that painting. I know where he's going. Oh, by the way, Mom wants us to come home. She says she has something important to tell us. And yeah, her memory is back, and she's very angry we made her marry Arthur.
What?
More about that later.
Eric immediately got in touch with his FBI contacts, who picked us up from our spot and followed Meredith's trackers on Pierre. He was headed for a train at the Grand Central Station, and seconds before he was about to get onto his ride, he was surrounded by officers.
Don't manhandle me, you orangutans! My outfit costs more than your yearly salary! I rue the day I ever laid eyes on you two! I'll make sure I take you down with me!
I'm taking all your coats, Pierre. They fit me perfectly, you tiny mafia boss.
Get used to an orange jumpsuit, cause you'll be wearing that for a long time. As the FBI officers took him away, I turned to Eric with a worried face. He'll give them information against us.
You've helped recover a really important painting and capture a criminal the FBI has been trying to nail for ages. I promise, I won't let you get into any trouble.
Thank you. We stood there in awkward silence.
Okay, this is super uncomfortable. Do you guys need privacy to talk or something? I'll grab us some hot dogs. Do you want relish or mustard or...
No, actually, I think we're done here. I have to go. Good luck and goodbye, Claire.
Goodbye, Eric. Meredith and I took the next flight to Connecticut to see Mom back at her old house, and I was really happy to see her with her memory back. And then, Mom shocked us with her whole story.
Many years ago, I was a government scientist in Russia, working on top secret technology. And our team later wanted to sell it to an enemy country. I refused to do that, and destroyed the technology. And after that I had to go on the run, because I knew those traitors would come after me. I had a boyfriend, and he recently found out I was pregnant. So I never told him about you girls and just escaped. I settled in America and took on the identity of a helpless mom living in the suburbs. Before I left Russia, I set up this laptop as a way to communicate with my father, who sent me a little money every few months to get by. I was even afraid of working in any place for too long, as being part of any system by which I could be tracked down.
Whoa! Mom, that's insane and so cool!
I'm sorry we never had much, but I was glad you grew up independent and resourceful. Then I finally recovered my memory a week ago. I was able to access the laptop and get in touch with my father. He hadn't heard from me in so long, he thought I wasn't even alive anymore. He told me that the traitors working on the project are all behind bars now. It's safe for me to go home.
So we're going to Russia? Man, it's so cold there. I always wanted to go to...
Bora Bora, I know. That's all you said growing up. We'll visit Russia to see my family, and then we'll go anywhere you girls want.
Mom, we're kinda poor, especially since you've left Arthur too.
Oh, but my family isn't poor at all. I come from old money. We've been rich forever.
There is a God out there. Thank you. Claire, we're finally going to Bora Bora.
Yeah, it's everything we ever wanted. I tried to be as excited about the trip as Mom and Meredith, but my heart felt heavy. I wish things had ended with Eric on a better note. On the bright side, I got to meet Freddie, and I was so pleased when he introduced me to his lovely girlfriend. I'm so happy for you, Freddie, and I don't know if I can ever thank you for everything. You're amazing.
I know. Just don't forget about me and come to visit, okay?
On the day of our flight to Russia, we just reached the airport when Mom and Meredith turned to me with strange smiles on their faces. What's going on?
Here's your ticket.
That's a ticket for New York. Why, are we going there?
No, Mom and I are going to Russia, then Bora Bora. You're going to New York.
What? Why would I do that?
Come on, Claire. You've been so mopey lately. I can't stand your face anymore. Just go talk to Eric, okay? You're in love with him. And even though he's way out of your league, he loves you too. And that's something you shouldn't give up on so easily.
Pretty sure he hates me now.
Claire, go meet him once. You'll regret not trying. And in case it doesn't work out, you know where to find us, love.
Go get him, loser.
Mom and Meredith hugged me, and I felt tears flowing down my face fast as I turned away. Suddenly, I got the wind knocked out of me as Meredith gave me a bear hug.
I can't say this with you looking at me directly, so don't turn around, okay? I love you more than anyone in the world, sis. You're my BFF and my soulmate and my better half, so you better not stay away too long because of some stupid boy.
No one's ever coming between us, Em. I love you too, and I'll see you soon. As I walked out onto the New York airport, I was feeling so nervous about visiting Eric that I accidentally bumped into a man's luggage cart and went down with the suitcases.
Are you blind? You blind idiot?
It was an accident, sir. You don't have to be so rude.
You don't have to be so blind, you blind idiot.
You're so obnoxious. I grabbed the bagel the man was holding, threw it on the floor, and started jumping on it. As I continued jumping and he kept yelling, I suddenly found Eric by my side.
I'm sorry, sir. She hasn't taken her meds today. So sorry. Jeez, what's with your temper?
He started it, and what are you doing here?
You texted me that you were coming and wanted me to pick you up. You said it was an emergency? Oh, I'm guessing that was Meredith.
Yep, but I did come to New York just to see you, Eric. So I might as well say my piece now, which I've been rehearsing on the plane and I've forgotten every single word. Dang it. Okay, I'll just spit it out. Look, I'm really sorry about the tricking and the lying and stealing and hitting your brother and endangering your life. The one thing that wasn't part of this assignment was falling for you, but I just couldn't help it right from the start. In fact, you made me fall for you years ago, and I often wondered what had happened to you. I really wish we'd met again under different circumstances, and I know I don't deserve another chance, but here I am, asking for one anyway.
Well, they say third time's the charm.
They do say that, whoever they are. Just as Eric pulled me closer, we suddenly found ourselves surrounded by federal agents. Did you set me up?
I swear I didn't.
Ma'am, there's no need to panic. We got notified about your arrival in New York when you checked in for your flight. We've also apprehended your sister before she could leave for Russia. We've been looking for you girls for a long time, actually, but you always managed to get away. Now we have a deal for you. Come work for us and help us nail some con artists, and you'll have a clean slate.
Are you offering me a job?
Yes, and a really well-paying one. The only catch is that you two will have to serve 6 months jail time first. We have to do that as a formality.
No, officer, there has to be another way.
Eric, wait, it's okay. I think I need to do this actually. Maybe we got away for too long without any consequences. If this gives me a chance to start over fresh, I'm willing to do it.
What about Meredith?
Oh, she's gonna be pissed, but she'll do it for me. So, will you come see me in prison?
It's a date.
How many weeks has it been here already?
It's just been 2 days.
Oh God, I was so close to Bora Bora. And you're so ugly and orange. How am I supposed to look at you for 6 months?
I think you're actually happy we're getting to spend more time together. You know, since I'm your BFF and soulmate and better half. That was so cheesy. Ow!
Hi, my name is Sarah, and I'm about to tell you how working with My Story Animated was the worst decision of my life. Geez, this channel. So I'm not here to only talk about them. I have a story of my own, and it's not a very happy one. I'm the oldest child in a family of 5 girls, and all my sisters are my half-sisters. Each one of us has a different dad. Mom really loved having daughters, but she said men were annoying and she didn't want to live with any of them forever. But sadly, I was the ugly daughter. But I'm not ugly. It's just that I'm not as pretty as the rest of my sisters, who are pretty. Like real freaking models. Don't get me wrong, I love myself now. But when I was a kid, it really affected me. People would stop to laugh and talk with my sisters, and they completely ignored me. One day, Mom was reading something when she suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh, this book says that ugly people are usually smart. That explains your ugliness. God takes beauty and gives brains. This is how it works. Well, meet my mom. She's dumb, but I still love her. Why am I saying this? Because the year I started 2nd grade, it was my sister's first day of school, so Mom came with us. My teacher saw us all together and said, "Oh, you're Sarah's mom. But these can't be her sisters. They're very different. Oh, Sarah is adopted." Ugh, Mom was always like that, but she wasn't getting away with it this time. I immediately whipped out a copy of my birth certificate. "Look, I swear I'm her biological daughter, but she keeps telling everyone I'm adopted because she's too dumb to accept that I'm different." Mom glared at me, but I stepped on her foot. Accidentally, of course, and went to class. Well, let me tell you, anyone can pass the 1st and 2nd grade, but it's when I got to the 3rd grade and things got harder that I found out the worst possible thing. I wasn't even really smart. When Mom saw my report card, she cried out, "Ugh, ugly and stupid? So then what did God give you? It can't be charisma. I mean, look at you." "Maybe a good heart, Mom? Maybe I don't judge people based on their looks?" Mom then started entering my sisters into beauty pageants, and they always won something. Once she came and said that since my sisters were like princesses, I should be the maid and serve everyone around. I glared at her. "You wish!" and went to my room. 1 year later, we found out that my sisters weren't just beautiful, they were also really smart too. Like so much smarter than me that I started making my second half-sister, June, do my homework. And my grades started getting so much better. When Mom found out, she went insane and said that I should find a job to make myself useful. But I have to tell you guys, I'm one of the top 10 laziest people on earth. But Mom has another word to describe me. You're just useless, Sarah! I spent the next few years of my life doing nothing really meaningful. I'd mostly just stay in my room watching videos on YouTube and shows like Hannah Montana. Until one day, Mom told me that she was taking the older sisters to the salon, and I had to babysit the youngest toddlers. The minute she left, I went straight back to my room. The toddlers followed me and asked me to take them to the park. Oh, yeah, sweeties, of course. Just after I take this nap. I was lying for sure, and I wasn't going to take them anywhere. Hours later, I woke up to my mom screaming and sobbing. The toddlers were missing. Your sisters are lost because of you! Oh, no, they're too pretty. Someone could have kidnapped them and put them in a beauty pageant already. Ugh, Mom, take a chill pill. They're at the park. But to my utter horror, they were not. And I just went crazy with guilt. I started looking for them everywhere. 2 weeks passed, and they were nowhere to be found. And for the first time in my life, I realized Mom was right. I was only an ugly, stupid, useless girl. After 3 weeks, we finally found them. A blind old man had found them and had been taking care of them. The social services said that Mom wasn't qualified to raise us because of my sister's incident, and they'd be taking all of us away from her. My sister started crying, and Mom looked at me hatefully. I wish I'd never given birth to you. Mom paid almost everything she had to the lawyers until she won the case, and eventually we didn't have to leave her. But she never spoke to me again, and my sisters all resented me, except for June. June came to me one day and said, Sierra, some people are just born unlucky, but there is no point crying over it, sis. Just find out what makes you happy. I was in 9th grade back then, and I decided to find a job after school. I applied for a job in a clothing store. When I got there, I saw a beautiful blonde girl waiting for the interview. Just then, the store owner came out and said, Hey, you, pretty girl, you're hired. But you didn't even interview me. There's no need. You're, not very attractive for this job. But you look like a smart person. I'm sure you belong in a lab or something. But I need this job so badly. Mom paid a lot of money for the lawyers after my sisters. Hey, where do you think you are? The Oprah Winfrey Show? I don't care about your stupid problems. You're not pretty. Like, at all. So leave. What a total jerk. I got really mad, so I spat at his face. To my surprise, the pretty girl walked up to him and spat at his face too. And then we both left. I never found a job, but I found a boy. And he was cute. One day, I invited him to my house, and when he got there and saw my sisters, he said, Oh, they're prettier. Not fair. And just like that, he left. What a total jerk. I decided not to date any boy ever again. When I graduated, I decided to go to any college just to run away from home. I heard someone say that animation was an easy subject, so I studied that. And wow, that was such a difficult subject. By the time I graduated, My Story Animated was looking for animators. I didn't really like their content, but I needed the job, so I applied and got accepted. I started animating for them, and it was amazing at first. I loved knowing that the videos I'd worked on were being watched by millions around the world. Loads of people left comments about how much they liked my animation. And for the first time in my life, I felt like someone saw me, and I wasn't invisible anymore. I was really happy and proud of myself. That is, until one morning, when I woke up to see tons of YouTubers making fun of My Story Animated videos. They left the meanest comments and said that the stories were stupid. I realized these smart people were right, and My Story Animated was a crazy channel. So I messaged the boss, Hey, your videos suck. I quit. Bye. Then I started following other channels, especially the ones who'd attacked My Story Animated. I was sure they would have better content, but soon enough, I discovered that they proved nothing useful or worth watching, and I was really beginning to regret my decision. Of course, Mom went insane when she found out that I'd quit. At least My Story Animated entertains people, and their content changes people's lives in some way. Why can't you be like the strong girls who send their stories to the channel? They always overcome challenges eventually, unlike you good-for-nothing loser! Remember I told you that Mom was dumb? Well, for the first time in my life, she said something that actually made sense. So I decided to contact My Story Animated the following day. But I never got around to it because that same day, I had a terrible car accident. When I woke up, the doctors told me that my legs were hurt and that it might take me a long time to be able to walk again. When Mom heard that, she had the most incredible thing to say. Oh, I thought you'd be the one taking care of me when I get old. You couldn't even do that, could you? Now I'll be babysitting you. I just lost it and started yelling at her. Who asked you to? I don't need you. You never treated me as a real daughter. You never loved me. Just leave my life. She shrugged and just left. June stayed by my side, though, and helped me with everything. I felt helpless, and I knew that my life was even more meaningless now. But June said, "Meaningless? How? Sarah, I envy you." I couldn't believe that my super gorgeous, smart sister was envying me. Me? You have the opportunity to be part of My Story animated family and help tell people stories from around the world. You can help give a voice to so many girls dealing with all sorts of obstacles. And you call that meaningless? I immediately contacted My Story Animated, not only to work with them again, but also to share my story with the world. Fortunately, they agreed to take me back. As I kept working hard, my animation also got better, but my legs weren't getting any better. June used to take me to the park to make me feel better. One day, I found some young girls watching one of My Story Animated videos. Hey, I work with that channel. Actually, you're now watching a video I animated. The girls were stunned. They oohed and awed and showered me with questions. Then they started hugging me and asking to take pictures with me. They also asked for my autograph. I felt amazing, and I felt I have a great power to help change the world. But Mom knew I was back to work and started calling me for money because all of my sisters found jobs and left her alone. I yelled at her. "You deserve what's happening to you. Don't contact me ever again." I was really happy at work, but the mean comments on my videos never stopped. One day I asked the boss, "Don't all these hateful videos and comments affect you?" "Yes, but there are plenty of people who love us and impatiently wait for our videos. Haters are just very judgmental people who see the world as black and white and think they are right about everything. And when they don't understand something, they just call it stupid or bad or ugly. And that is just bullying." I immediately thought of Mom and how she always thought I was useless, stupid, and ugly. Mom was a bully. My mom is a bully. Months later, I got better and was able to walk again, but I still thought about what the boss had said about bullies. So I decided to contact Mom again. I went to her house. She looked miserable and started crying the moment she saw me. "I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm sorry for everything I've done to you. All your sisters left me after everything I did for them. You're the best child I ever had. You never complained. I was so unfair. Forgive me, my child. Forgive your mama." She then got on her knees and was about to kiss my hand. I took my hand away and helped her get up. "It's all good now, Mom. I'm here, and we have an entire life to make up for the lost time. I forgive you, Mom. I really do." Tears rolled down my cheeks while I hugged her, and she cried on my chest. I was sunbathing my Barbie dolls in our front yard when suddenly a ball went flying from somewhere and hit me on my head. A boy from across the street walked up to me and said, "I'm sorry about that. I'm Xander." I felt like my world had stopped the moment I looked up at his handsome face. "What's your name?" I'm Quinn. Do you want to be my king?" Before he could answer, Mom dashed out of the house in panic. When she saw the scratch on my knee, she turned to Xander like a raging bull. "What did you do to my precious little daughter, you little jerk?" Xander ran back to his house looking horrified. "Don't ever talk to that boy again, okay?" "But I want to play with him, Mommy." "Basketball is a physical game. It's okay for boys, but you'll ruin your perfect skin. You play with your dolls." "But they don't talk to me." "Just go to sleep, sweetheart. Your bed is safer than those stupid boys." "You're so mean, Mommy. I don't like you." Starting that day, Mom homeschooled me and forbade me from playing outside. Now all I could do was watch Xander from my window every day as he played basketball with his friends. One day, he looked up at me and smiled. And at that, I swore to myself that I would marry this charming boy when I grew up. Hi, my name is Quinn. I'm an only child of a crazy overprotective mom. And this is my story of how I let my crush's smile destroy my life. Please hit that like and subscribe button before I continue. When I turned 15, Mom finally allowed me to go to high school where Xander was also attending. I was so over the moon. He was gonna be mine now. He was popular at school for being rebellious. He would skip classes just to feed street animals and fail his exams because of partying all night. Every boy in school kept asking me out for a date, but I only wanted Xander, only him. We were graduating soon, so I needed him to ask me out already. It was my last shot. One day, I peeked from the classroom window when I saw Xander skipping class again. My best friend Jessica joined me and said, "Why are you so into him? Don't you see? He's fake." "What are you now, my mom? Plus, this is so romantic." "You call his rebellious behavior romantic?" "Ugh, you won't get it. You don't know why I want to be with him. You'll never understand. What I really know is that you're so not his type. He likes cool and bad girls, not someone who lives in the library." "No, I am bad and cool, and I can do crazy, exciting things. Will you stargaze with me and my dolls tonight?" Jessica looked at me in horror. Just then, I saw a girl hopping onto Xander's motorcycle. Chloe, our school's famous gangster girl. "Wait till I get your boyfriend from you, you witch!" Just then, I decided I'd do anything to get him. Not even Mom could stop me now. The next day, I tried to change my style. I wore shorter clothes, put on some dark makeup, and constantly chewed gum. Mom almost fainted when she saw me. "Sweet Jesus! Why did you turn into a goat?" "Mom, why do you have to be like this?" "What do you mean?" "Overprotective and a bit crazy. It's not like someone is going to eat me up." "I have to protect you. Look at you. You're so beautiful." "So? If I wasn't beautiful enough, you would be different?" Listen. You're a smart kid and you know what I mean, okay? So I'm smart enough to understand what you mean, but not smart enough to take care of myself? I think that's it. I'll always protect you, and you can't do anything to stop me. We'll see about that. And with that, I left. Everyone at school looked so confused. "Oh my God, who are you? I look cool, right? Maybe I need to get my nose pierced too. And oh, maybe a tattoo." "You don't need to try that hard. Just try to be less perfect, you know?" Just then, Xander passed by and winked at me. "Great looking, Quinn." Oh my God, it was working! My popularity increased when I finally joined Xander in his group. Thank God for Jessica. She was always covering up for me in front of Mom. But the principal called Mom and told her about my failing grades. "How did you go from a genius to an idiot?" "Mom, all this smartness doesn't make me happy. I want to feel loved." "What is this nonsense?" "Mom, don't you want to see me happy?" "Yeah, of course. But I also want to see you perfect." "Perfect? I'm just a kid after all." "No, you're my kid. And my kids are unique. Do you hear me?" "Mom, don't you think it's time for me to have a boyfriend? That will make me perfect. A perfect girl with a perfect guy, don't you think?" "What? A boyfriend? But I told you before. You're smart and beautiful and don't need a boyfriend. Boyfriends are for bad girls." "Well, maybe I just want to be a bad girl. Didn't you think about that before?" "Oh my God, what's happening here?" "Nothing, Mom. It's me being a girl for the first time in my life." I left her speechless and went to my room. Hanging out a lot with Xander and his friends made me a bit distant from Jessica, and she was upset about it. But I couldn't do anything about it. I had to be with Xander. I needed to get him. One night, I took Jessica with me to a party. I wore my prettiest dress, hoping that Xander would finally ask me out. But he was all over Chloe. And worse, Jessica and I were the only ones fully clothed. Jessica was furious. "Why didn't you tell me that it's a pool party?" I had to get Xander's attention and climbed up at the top of the giant slide. I raised both of my arms and screamed, "I'm a bad girl! Woohoo!" Then I jumped. I pretended I was drowning to get Xander's attention. He jumped in and saved me, and God, it felt amazing. One night, I decided to surprise him with his favorite pizza. From his bedroom window, I noticed his bed arranged romantically with scented candles. Did he prepare it for me? I sneaked in through the window and immediately hid in his closet, to see him walk in with another girl. Who was she? Another witch? To my surprise, they started making out. Oh, what a future husband stealer! I was so mad I barged out of the closet to pull her hair, but I tripped over something, knocking a candle over, which caused a little fire in the room. The girl immediately called 911 as we all panicked. Moments later, a fire truck, a furious Mom, Xander's parents, and neighbors all gathered. And I had never been more embarrassed in my whole life. The night was a disaster, all for pizza. The night after that, Xander sneaked in through my window too. "Do you want to go on an adventure with me?" Was that even a question? But I suddenly remembered something. "Why don't you ask your girlfriend?" "Oh, you mean my ex?" I immediately threw on my hooded jacket and hopped on his motorcycle with him. It was a dream come true. Minutes later, we arrived at the principal's mansion. I followed him as we climbed up the gate and we tiptoed to the back where there was a huge pool. To my surprise, he pulled me into the pool with him. Let's have a little fun before teaching that moron a lesson for trying to fail me. Xander swam closer and closer to me while staring right at my lips. My heart was about to burst out of my chest. Before our lips could finally touch, the lights inside switched on. Panicking, we jumped out of the pool and he started pouring red dye into it. We were both laughing our butts off as we fled the scene on his bike. Suddenly, a taxi blocked our way and to my surprise, Mom came out of it. You're seriously choosing that boy over me? Mom, were you stalking us? Oh my God, you're crazy! No, you're crazier for destroying your life with that boy. I've investigated him and he's totally bad news. I'm your daughter, but you don't own me. Now get out of our way. No, you have to come home with me. She started dragging me away from Xander, but I pushed her away. And with that, I told Xander to drive, not minding my psycho mom's protests behind us. That was so cool, Quinn. After ordering pizza, Xander took me to his favorite spot in the city where a very expensive sports car was parked. Is that yours? Yup, that's my bad boy. Do you like it? Yes, I love it. We sat on the hood of his car and looked down at the buzzing city while eating pizza. Call me crazy, but this was what I'd always imagined our first date was going to be like. I still felt like I was dreaming. It was really nice to see this fun side of you, Quinn. My heart started beating so fast the moment he held my hand. Jessica had been calling me again and again, disturbing us. She was so annoying. Look, I've been meaning to tell you this since we were freshmen, but now I finally have the guts. Oh my God, would he finally ask me to be his girlfriend? Quinn, His speech was cut off when I heard the loud blaring of police sirens coming closer. Hop on the bike, quick! I was so confused. What's happening, Xander? I held onto him tight as we immediately started driving away like a criminal straight out of a movie. But the police were faster. It ended with him getting arrested in front of me. Jessica sent me a message saying that Mom needed me. But Xander needed me more at the moment. Xander, why are they arresting you? What did you do? I'm so sorry you had to see this, Quinn. But what is it that you were going to say to me earlier? Oh, just tell Jessica that I have been crushing on her since forever, but she has been a total snob. He wanted to tell me more about it, but the officer had already shoved him in the car. So, he liked Jessica all this time? My best friend? At that moment, I felt like the universe had slapped me out of my fantasy. I couldn't believe how stupid I'd been to believe he was my soulmate. Jessica called again, and this time I was so furious that I finally answered her. What do you want, Jessica? Why aren't you answering my calls? Your mom is in the hospital. What? Blood instantly drained from my face. I couldn't stop crying as I went to the hospital as fast as I could, and I almost had a heart attack upon seeing the doctors and nurses standing around the bed, looking so frantic. I rushed towards the door, crying even harder, but Jessica blocked my way. What happened to her? She had a heart attack from too much stress, and just then, I passed out. The first thing I saw when I woke up was Jessica, and she wasn't looking sad. Mom! Where's Mom? Jessica dragged me to Mom's room, and I was so over the moon when I saw her radiant face. She was okay. Mom! Thank God you're okay. I missed you. I'm so sorry for everything. I love you. I'm sorry for being so controlling too, sweetheart. I'll be better. I promise. Our tearful reunion was cut short when the news from the television caught our attention. It was Xander, and he was getting imprisoned for 5 years for stealing a car from a rich man. Oh, look, isn't it Xander? Your future husband? Xander who? I heard he's a jackass. Mom became energetic all of a sudden. Oh, thank God, she finally woke up. I just hugged them both as I giggled in happiness. Hi, my name is Eliza, and I've always wanted to be a successful author, just like my dad. But I never thought this dream would turn my life upside down and make me question everything. The thing is, my dad hated it when I wrote stories. Every time I wrote something and showed it to him, he'd rip it up and say it was horrible. Do something else, you idiot! You couldn't write a decent story to save your life, he said to me once. However, my teachers thought my stories were great, so I decided to find out what Dad's agent would say. I snuck onto his computer and secretly emailed my story to his agent. The agent loved it. I was thrilled, but there was one small problem. I had emailed him pretending to be my dad. The agent asked my father to come by and do an official pitch for the story on Monday. I was in trouble now. There was no way I could tell my dad what I'd done without him getting really mad. So I decided to keep it a secret from my dad. I went over to his agent's office and made the pitch. I told them that my dad was ill, and he'd sent me instead. The agent wanted to make a whole series out of my story. But just as I was leaving, he said, "Tell your dad to come sign the contract tomorrow." Then he closed the door in my face. I was terrified. How was I ever going to tell my dad the truth? But I didn't have to. When I got home that day, Dad was already waiting for me in the living room, and he looked mad. "I told you not to try writing," he growled at me. I asked why he thought I was a horrible writer when his agent clearly loved my work. He said he didn't have to explain anything to me and dragged me to my room. He snatched my computer and laptop and walked out of the room. "I never want to see you write again," he said, and locked me inside. I banged and banged at the door, but Dad wouldn't open it. He said he wouldn't let me out until I promised not to write again. After 5 days, I agreed. He made me sign a piece of paper that said I would never write a book, and if I did, he would claim it as his. What? I was furious, but I had no other option. At least I could go back to school now. One day when I was looking for a book in the library, I bumped into someone. Our hands touched, and I felt electricity through my whole body. He said his name was Felix, and from the way he kept looking at me, I thought he liked me too. Within a few weeks, Felix and I were hanging out all the time. I even showed him some of my stories and told him about my horrible dad. He looked like he felt so bad for me and said he'd help me however he could. I was so happy. So what if my dad was a monster? At least one person in my life loved me. A few months passed. I spent all my free time with Felix and avoided Dad as much as I could. I didn't know what was going to happen. I was passing the local bookstore where a new book was being launched. I decided to peek in and was left shocked by the book I saw. It was the same one I had written and pitched, but it had been published under my dad's name. I rushed home to confront my dad, but he wasn't there. I called Felix, and he came over immediately. I told him what had happened, and he suggested that we wait for my dad to come home. But he didn't. Not that day, not the day after. Not even after a week. I tried calling him, but no luck. Felix said he thought Dad had run away with my money. I asked him if I should call the police or the agency, but he said that since I was only 17, calling them would be useless. "All they'll do is put you in foster care and call you crazy," he said sadly. I started to cry, and he said that the better thing to do would be to write the next part and pitch to the agent. He said I'd turn 18 soon, so I could publish it under my name. Excitedly, I sat down and began working on my second book. I worked day and night, and a few months later, I told Felix I was close to completing it. He looked so happy and took me out on a date. When we got back, though, what I saw left me in tears. Someone had trashed the house. My computer was gone too. That meant my story was gone. I was devastated. If Felix hadn't been around to help me, I'd have been traumatized. But he told me it was okay and that I could always write other stories. I refused and said I needed a break. Another few months went by, and I saw my second book published under Dad's name. That was it. I was calling the cops now. I called Felix, and he rushed home to me. He tried to convince me not to call the cops, but I was determined. There was no way I was going to let Dad get away with this. Not again. Just as I picked up the phone, Felix snatched it out of my hand. "You stupid, stupid girl!" he yelled. I was horrified and asked him what was wrong, but he didn't answer. Instead, he dragged me to the basement and locked the door. "What the hell, Felix?" I asked angrily. He laughed and said he was working for my dad. He said my dad had hired him to make sure I didn't try publishing any stories in my own name. Once he found the transcript of your first book, he had it published, and my job was to make sure you didn't try anything on your own again, Felix said. He said he was the one who had organized having the house trashed and getting my computer stolen. "It was so easy to trick you because you're so stupid." Then he said that I had to write more novels for my dad to sell. "And if I don't?" I challenged him. He laughed and said he wouldn't give me any food. "It's not like anyone will notice you're missing." He'd stolen my phone and laptop, and I couldn't reach out to anyone. I begged him to let me out, but he drowned out my screams with loud music. Hunger came quickly, and I had no choice but to write the book. This would be the last in the series. For weeks, I lived in the basement, writing for Felix and my dad. Then, I had an idea that was sure to get me out. I had known Dad's agent since I was a kid. I knew if I left the right hints in the manuscript, he could probably find me. Sure enough, a week after I gave Felix the final draft of the novel, the police came banging on the door. Loud music was blasting in the house when 3 officers kicked down the basement door. I rushed out as fast as I could, relieved to be free. Felix, however, was nowhere to be seen. I was furious. I had to catch him, and I yelled at the police officers to work harder, but no luck. He was gone. In fact, he hadn't left any traces of who he was either. The only thing the police had was a sketch I had helped them make. They also couldn't trace my dad anywhere. As upset as I was also glad that they were gone from my life, and I could go back to being normal. But boy, was I wrong. Once they found out what Dad had done, the publishing agency gave me all the money, and since I was still a year from being 18, I was made to go and live with a distant aunt. She seemed very eager to have me. When I went to live with her, I was very nervous at first, but to my surprise, she was very welcoming. She would even make me cookies and soup and whatnot, and was always feeding me. She also kept bad-mouthing my dad. One day, my aunt said, "You know, kiddo, I think you deserve a vacation." And she insisted on taking me to a family lodge in the woods. I had a seemingly endless amount of money now, so I guessed we could go. The minute I said yes, my aunt packed everything and put me in the car. "You really are psyched about this vacation, aren't you?" I joked to her, and she simply smiled as she drove us away. A few hours later, we ended up in a very strange and creepy-looking meadow. It was surrounded by huge trees and had no real trail. I checked my phone and realized there was no signal either. I was so freaked out. I asked her about it, and she said, "It'll be a true nature experience." But I had a feeling something was wrong. Later that day, after dinner, I started to feel woozy. When I woke up, I found myself tied to a chair. "Not again!" I thought angrily. I demanded my aunt let me go, and she began to laugh. She said she wasn't my real aunt. My real aunt was a homeless addict who she had let stay at her place. But my real aunt had tricked her and run away with her husband. This woman had traced my aunt for years and had found me instead. Somebody had to pay for the loss and suffering I faced. She started to cry. I was so mad. Why was I constantly around psychos? I asked her exactly what she wanted from me. She said she just wanted to see me suffer. You do look a bit like her. I rolled my eyes. Gosh, get over it, I thought. That night, when this woman, Linda, as she had told me, was asleep, I began to look around carefully. After what Felix had done, I had a habit of keeping a small blade up my sleeve, and since she had been acting suspiciously this morning, I'd taken care to sharpen it. I carefully slipped it out of my sleeve and cut the rope that bound my hands. To my utter horror, though, as I was trying to free myself, the chair toppled over and Linda woke up. She screamed at me and lunged forward. I managed to run away just in time. Thankfully, the door of the cabin wasn't locked, so I grabbed my bag and rushed out into the darkness. I ran without stopping till I was sure I had lost her. I then realized that I was lost too. I had no idea where I was and no idea where I had to go. I checked to see what I had in my bag and was relieved to see that at least I had some money. But I was so tired, I knew I had to stop. I sat next to a tree and tried to sleep in the cold. The next day, I woke up to someone screaming. Oh no! Had Linda found me? No, it wasn't. There was a man throwing pebbles at me. The guy looked so familiar, but I couldn't place him. He asked me who I was and why I was sleeping next to his tree. His tree? I sighed. Another psycho? I braced myself to run, but he motioned around him, and I realized that somehow I had stumbled into an apple orchard last night. There, some 50 feet away, was even a small house. I tried to come up with a convincing story, but he shook his head and said, "Don't tell me if you can't. For now, come inside and freshen up. You look like you've been to hell." I smiled at him and said, "I've been to hell and back." He took me inside his house, and I realized that I was suddenly, incredibly, wildly attracted to him. He was so sweet. After I had eaten, he offered me his room to sleep in. At first, I was reluctant, but he swore he wasn't a psycho killer. I double-checked the locks and went to sleep. When I finally woke up, I heard him yelling into the phone. "I will never tell you where she is. You're not going to take her away." Immediately, I jumped up. I just knew I had to get out of here, but the room had only one door and no windows. I figured I'd have to trick him. Acting sleepy and normal, I walked out and smiled at him. He smiled back, and for a minute, my heart melted. How could someone with such a beautiful smile be bad? I asked him if I could use his phone, and he said he didn't have one. But I knew what I'd heard. Over the next few days, this guy, Finn, wouldn't leave me alone. He never bothered me and didn't say anything, but he also never let me out of his sight and kept asking me to stay a bit till I was better and he could take me back to where I came from, safely. I still hadn't told him about me, though. There was no getting away from him. So, one day, I went downstairs and found him working in the kitchen. I had to admit, he looked so hot. I stared at him, walked up to him, and kissed him. He kissed me back and held me tight. Then I fainted. Well, basically, I pretended to faint. I hoped he would take me to the hospital or something, but I was wrong. As worried as he was, he didn't take me anywhere. But he did take out his phone to call someone. I was relieved to see him put it on the table. Just as I was about to grab the phone, I heard screaming outside. I jumped up and snuck out. I saw Finn. He was arguing with someone. It was Felix. I knew I had to get out immediately. It suddenly dawned on me that Finn had reminded me of Felix. They had the same eyes and the same smile. How had I not seen it before? Finn was going to hand me over to his psycho brother and my crazy dad. I ran downstairs and out the door. Behind me, I heard screams. They had seen me. I ran recklessly. I saw a car and ran for it, but there was already someone in it. When I saw who it was, I thought I had officially lost it. In the back seat, asleep, was my dad. I turned and tried to run the other way, but Felix jumped into my path. Finn was nowhere to be seen. I tried to grab a rock to hit him, but Felix was faster. In a few seconds, he knocked the stone out of my hand. I ducked to protect myself and hit my head on the car behind me. Everything began to fade. Just before I passed out, I saw Finn run out and he was covered in blood. He pulled Felix off of me and punched him. After that, everything went black. When I woke up, I remembered what had happened. I tried to get up, but I couldn't. Oh no! What had the brothers done? Was I back in the cabin? The basement? Was it Linda? I dared not to open my eyes. Finally, I heard a soft sobbing. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. It was my dad. I opened my eyes and saw him in the bed next to me. He was covered in bandages. Between our beds sat Finn. I gasped and tried to run, but all of a sudden, I realized I was in a hospital. I saw a nurse and finally figured that Finn couldn't hurt me in public. I began to scream. He begged me to stop. The doctors rushed in and asked me to listen. Finally, Finn told me the truth. Your dad never ran away with your money. Felix had kidnapped him too, he said. I was shocked. Finn continued that he and Felix were definitely brothers, but Felix was crazy. Felix was a fan of Dad's work. When he found out about Dad stealing my work, he made a crazy plan to make it look like Dad was behind stealing my work so I wouldn't look for him. When I found out, I tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen, so I moved to the family farm, where I saw you. I just knew I had to keep you safe, he said. He told me that Linda, who knew Felix, was looking for me and had told him I was probably on the farm. Thankfully, they were both sent to jail. Finn testified against them both. It's been 5 years, and Finn and I are set to marry. For our honeymoon, we'll go to a small apple orchard his family owns.
The heir of that painting is a young, charming millionaire, and you will get to know him. You need to earn his trust completely, so he lets you into his life and his home. Then, when the time is right, you'll steal the painting from a high-security vault inside his house and bring it back to me.
Do y'all remember Eric? You know, the guy Meredith and I were fighting over the night Mom went into a coma? The guy who was so hot he made boiling water look cool? The guy whose smile shone brighter than the sun and whose eyes were deeper than the Amazon rainforest? The guy who...
He looks familiar. Oh my god, I've kissed this guy once.
Yeah, the guy who stole my heart the minute I saw him. And then Meredith kissed him.
Do you girls know him?
Not super well, but I'd rate him number 8 on my list of good kissers. And I've kissed tons of people, so that's pretty high. Oh, Pierre, you really gotta see his brothers. They look like...
Ugly old girls, I know. I know everything about him. But how well does he know you?
He and his family lived in our neighborhood only for a month, and that was years ago. I don't think he'd recognize me now.
Yeah, she's not that memorable.
You're all still going in disguise. We have to convince him that you're just a stranger who has randomly bumped into him with no agenda. Also, he must believe you're very rich, so he doesn't think you're a gold digger.
From Pierre, we learned that Eric's mom had passed away at his birth, and his dad had remarried a woman years later who already had children of her own, the quadruplets.
The world makes sense again. Thank you.
Eric's maternal grandmother recently left the painting to him in her will. His father is a big business tycoon, so they always have security at the mansion. But the painting is even harder to access. The only way you'll make it in and out of there is if you're welcomed into their home.
I couldn't believe that of all the millionaires in the world, I had to pretend to like Eric, make him fall for me, and then rob him blind. And how was he even better looking now? Over the next few days, I took on the identity of Christina Delafour, a wealthy socialite with a law degree who lived in a beautiful apartment in a posh area and wore only designer brands. Wow, this Givenchy coat is stunning.
It's Givenchy, you moron!
Okay, geez. Also, Pierre, can't someone do a background check on me and easily find out that I did not graduate from Harvard and that I don't have parents who made a fortune out of selling toilets in India and now live there?
If anyone runs a check, they'll find all this information to be accurate. I've made sure of it, and no one is interested in the law or toilets. So they won't ask you many questions. Now, show me how to walk in heels like a rich lady.
Fine. Meredith, pass me the Jackie Chim Chews.
Oh my god, they'll know you're fake in a second.
I was joking. Relax. I've hung out with enough rich people to pick up a few things. I got this. And then, a week later, I was inserted into Eric's life. We talked over coffee for an hour, and I thought it was going really well. But when it was time to part ways, he didn't ask for my number and just left. Ugh, I'd failed to capture his interest. I'd have to plan another encounter without seeming suspicious. As I was walking away distracted, I ran straight into a garbage can and stubbed my toe hard.
Son of a biscuit! Holy mother of fudge!
I was still hopping around when I crashed into a woman pushing a stroller, and a doll went flying out of her hand onto the road. Just then, the car ran over the doll and turned it into a pancake.
You destroyed my child's precious doll!
I'm so sorry. It was an accident. I'll get your little girl a... Wait, your child is a cat?
Yes. And that was my childhood doll, which I passed on to my baby.
Look, here's some money. Get your baby another doll.
She loves that one, and they don't make those anymore.
Your baby is a cat. She doesn't love that particular doll. She probably doesn't even love you. She'd eat your face in your sleep if you weren't the one to feed her. Now please. Just then, someone tugged hard at my purse, and I saw a thief running away with it.
You've got to be kidding me!
I took my heels off and sprinted after the thief. He jumped over a fence into a park, and I followed. I was gaining on him and sent a flying heel at his head. Just then, someone ran past me, pounced at the thief, and pinned him to the ground.
Gotcha!
Eric? The park security immediately arrived on the spot and took the thief away.
Aren't you glad I followed you and came to your rescue?
My rescue? I hit him with my shoe to slow him down and was about to catch him, but then you swooped in at the last minute, and now you want credit?
Whoa, easy. I was just flirting with you.
Oh, sorry. Wait, you said you followed me?
Yeah, I felt stupid that I left without asking for your number. I definitely want it now. You became even more interesting when you stubbed your toe, murdered a doll, yelled at the cat lady, and chased a robber.
Eric and I started seeing each other, and even though I knew it wasn't a real relationship, it still felt wonderful. We both hated rom-coms, but were always up for watching horror movies. We supported different baseball teams and had heated debates about who sucked more, and we both loved eating from street vendors and walking around the city at night. I enjoyed his company more than I cared to admit, and my heart skipped a beat every time he took my hand or gave me a goodnight peck on the cheek. And then one night, as we watched a fireworks show in the park, he pulled me close and kissed me, and I practically melted in his arms. Soon enough, he told me his parents were hosting a party at their house, and he wanted to introduce me to them. This was the first time I'd be in his mansion, and I needed to make sure I got invited often enough to find out where the vault was. Eric's dad was lovely, but his stepmom looked at me with a stare so icy, it could make hell freeze over. I escaped from the party for a while when the dancing started. Yeah, that's when Meredith dropped by as Catwoman with a cheeseburger. But soon enough, Eric came around to call me in for dinner, where the quadruplets also joined us.
So, Eric told us your parents sell toilets in India.
Yeah. It's a great business because everyone needs a toilet, right? And you know the population of India. Multiply that with toilets and you have a fortune.
What is the population of India?
Well, I don't have an exact figure. It's just a lot of people. Suddenly, I had a queasy feeling in my stomach.
Didn't you get made fun of as a kid? If you were in my school, you'd be called the toilet princess.
Grabber queen.
Duchess of poop.
Guys, cut it out. You're not in high school anymore.
Wait a second. Have we ever met before?
What? No, I really don't think so. Oh God, why was my stomach churning?
You know I'm really good with faces, and you remind me a lot of this girl we met in a neighborhood in Connecticut years ago. Guys, remember? She had a twin sister. Oh yeah, I remember those twins vaguely. The blonde one was prettier, right?
Dang it! Has to be someone else. I'm an only child, and I've always lived in Boston until I moved here.
Yeah, Eric told us you're a lawyer from Harvard. So who's the baddest person you put behind bars?
Not that kind of lawyer. I'm actually an environmental lawyer. I was really feeling sick now. Maybe it was that burger I ate?
Like you have trees as clients? What do they pay you with? Leaves? Hey, why are you turning green? You love trees so much that you're becoming one?
Can you guys stop? You're not even that funny.
No, look at her. She's green.
I think I'm gonna hurl. Eric called a doctor immediately, who said I had food poisoning. He gave me some medicines, and Eric insisted I stay over for the night in one of their guest rooms. I fell asleep immediately and woke up a few hours later feeling thirsty. As I made my way down to the kitchen, I realized I had the perfect opportunity to try finding the vault. Just then, I heard some low voices from some room, and I slowly crept up to find Eric's stepmom talking to one of the bodyguards in the library.
Were you able to figure out how to unlock the vault?
There's no way. I've tried everything for weeks. I only have to use a tiny explosive device to destroy the lock. The vault is all the way up in the attic. No one will hear a thing. But we have to steal a painting the day after tomorrow while your husband and Eric are away on business. Are you ready for this?
And then he pulled Eric's stepmom into his arms.
I can't wait to run away with you, James. I'm so tired of seeing you secretly, and I am completely ready.
As the two locked lips, I turned around and tiptoed away as fast as I could. Okay, so the vault was in the attic, the lock could only be destroyed with an explosive device, and I couldn't let Eric's cheating stepmom and traitorous bodyguard run away with it. The next morning, when Eric came to check on me, I decided to tell him the truth for once. Eric, I have something really difficult to tell you. I got up last night to get some water, and I heard your stepmom and this bodyguard, James, talking.
They were talking late at night?
Yeah. Do you have some vault in this house with some painting inside?
How do you know that?
That's what they were talking about, breaking in and stealing the painting. They're planning to do it the day after tomorrow, and your stepmom said something about running away with James. I saw them kiss. I'm so sorry. I wish I hadn't.
No, I'm glad you did. This is gonna be a huge blow for Dad. But it would have been much worse if we'd found out everything afterwards. Thank you for telling me. And please, keep all this to yourself. I know I can trust you.
Eric kissed me gently before walking away, and 2 days later, when the bodyguard and Eric's stepmom were about to escape with the painting, police officers immediately arrested them.
This is fantastic! They might link the museum robbery to the bodyguard and stepmom too, and assume the painting is now safe. So it'll be easier for you to steal. Good job, mon chéri. I knew you was a smart twin.
After Pierre left, I sank into my armchair, but then I noticed Meredith staring at me. What?
You should be happy, but you don't look happy. What's up?
Nothing. I just can't wait for this job to be over.
You can steal the painting soon, right? You know exactly what to do, and Eric trusts you. By the way, have you two kissed?
I've been dating him for 2 months. Of course we've kissed.
We text every day and you never mentioned it.
I didn't know I had to.
So, how is it?
It's fine. It's whatever. It's like kissing anyone.
My memory's a bit fuzzy, but you know I've kissed him.
You never let me forget.
And I definitely wouldn't call it a whatever kind of kiss.
Yeah, okay. It's nice. It's good.
Nice? Good? Oh, wow. Don't make me jealous with all the passion.
Okay, you want to know what kissing Eric is like? It's like flying through space, like a meteor that explodes into 1,000 stars, and then jumping into really cold water that makes you feel alive all over, and then feeling warm and tingly down to your toes, like having hot chocolate next to a fireplace on a snowy winter night.
So, I'm guessing it's better than kissing the pillow you used to practice on?
I did not! Shut up!
You're in love with him, aren't you?
I was about to snap at her again, but then I just sighed. Yes, I am. The night of the heist arrived, and I felt sick to my stomach, but I just wanted to get it over with. Eric's dad was away, and Eric was holding an important shareholders' dinner, with which most of the household staff was busy. I'd volunteered to host the dinner with them, and got ready to leave before their meeting started.
Thanks for your help tonight. You're the best.
Oh, it was nothing. Don't thank me.
So, I'll see you tomorrow at our coffee shop?
It's a date. As Eric walked away, my heart felt like it was breaking into a million pieces. This was the last time I'd ever see him again. I gulped down my tears, and instead of leaving, I sneaked up unnoticed to the attic. Inside, I found a heavy metal door to a vault. I took out the tiny explosive device Pierre had given me, placed it on the lock, and activated it. In a few seconds, there was a tiny pop and a sizzling sound. Then, I heard the lock click open. I walked into a tiny, dark vault and found the painting under a glass case. Praying to every god that no alarms would go off, I lifted the case carefully, put the painting in my bag, and started sprinting down the stairs. But just as I'd reached the second floor landing, one of the Ninja Turtles blocked my way.
What are you doing?
Hey, bro! You know when I stayed over a few weeks ago? I dropped a necklace, and I was looking for that guest room, and I got lost. But it's fine. I'll just get new earrings. See you later. He suddenly grabbed my bag and pulled out the painting.
Do you think I'm a moron?
A moron? You? No way! Sorry, which one are you?
Michelangelo.
Okay, no one has time for that. Now listen, Mike. You're definitely the smartest of your brothers, and just a tiny bit better looking than all of them too.
We're identical.
That's what they want you to believe, but I know you're better. I think you and I can strike a deal, okay? I'll sell this painting, and you and I can go halvesies on it. Just give me an account number and I'll wire the money to you.
No, you're not leaving with it.
Okay, look, dude. I'm doing this for your mom. I have to sell this painting so I can pay for her bail and get her a really good lawyer. Don't you want that?
No, my mom's in jail because she did something wrong, and she abandoned us all. She shouldn't have stolen Eric's painting.
What do you care about Eric? Don't you hate Eric? He's so good looking and smart and perfect and gets all the ladies. It makes you guys look even worse than you really are. You should want to hurt him. So let me take the painting. That'll really hurt him.
Eric's the best brother in the world, and I love him.
Okay. I have an offer you can't refuse. How about I become your girlfriend? I bet you've never had one.
I'm gay.
Jesus! All right, I surrender. Just one last thing. Without warning, I punched his face so hard that he went reeling back with shock and dropped the painting. Then I kicked him into a room and locked the door shut. I'm sorry, Mikey. You're a really good guy. I sprinted down another flight of stairs and jumped out of the first-story window. I ran across the garden to the fountain, climbed the tree next to it, jumped onto the wall, and then landed softly outside on all fours. Just as I got up, I found myself facing Eric. Hello, my name is Iman, and I'm from Iran. Please like and subscribe. My dad always told me the day I was born was the happiest day of his life. I was his pride and joy, and my mom and brother Adam envied me for that. On my 5th birthday, Dad threw a big party for me, and even bought me my very own miniature Princess Island, which we set up in the backyard. Mom was not happy and complained that Dad was spoiling me. As the two argued, suddenly there was a loud crashing sound outside. I ran out to see that Adam had completely wrecked my gift.
Adam, you stupid monster! What have you done?
He just laughed like a maniac, and when Dad grounded him, Mom said it was just a toy and he was too harsh on Adam. Adam was 3 years older than me, and Mom spoiled him rotten. He failed the 2nd grade twice, and when he ended up in the same class as me, Mom insisted that I do all his homework and allow him to copy from my tests. Luckily, in the 8th grade, the teacher caught him cheating from me once, and he got suspended for a month, and it was the best month of my life. At school, I was the smartest kid in class and the class president. Everyone loved me, and Adam hated that I got more attention than him. So sometimes he'd take off his shirt and walk around during lunch breaks, showing off his abs. He thought he was God's gift to women. Once in the 10th grade, he sat down next to the most beautiful girl in school without his shirt, and she threw her soda all over him and told him to stop walking around like an ape. I laughed so hard I fell off my seat. I caught Adam glaring at me, and I knew I'd pay for it, but it was just too funny. And just a few days later on Valentine's Day, a boy in my class gave all the girls roses, including me. And the minute we got home, Adam told Mom that I had a boyfriend. Jeez, you're such a liar, Adam. Mom, the boy gave roses to everyone and— Wait, Mom! The boy lived in our neighborhood and Mom was already storming off to his house. She barged in and yelled at the poor boy's mom. Your son gave my daughter a red rose today. Does he have any intentions to marry her? When should I expect a proposal? The boy's mother was speechless, and then she took the rose back and kicked us out. I felt humiliated and mad. Mom, I'll be the laughing stock in school tomorrow. Why do you always have to listen to Adam? Because he's your big brother and you're just a foolish girl. I can't trust you. Do you know what happens once you take a rose from a boy? What, Mom? What happens? A baby? Exactly. Ugh, I was so sick of the way Mom treated me. I brought home straight A's and trophies and did everything right, while Adam flunked exams and maxed out Dad's credit cards by buying stupid things. But he was still her favorite, and she couldn't trust me. A few days later, Dad called everyone into the lounge for a family meeting, and he made a shocking announcement. I've decided to give all my wealth to Iman, and she will take over the family business once she's old enough. What? You can't do that. That belongs to Adam. Yeah, it all belongs to me. Says who? He doesn't deserve anything because he's spoiled and irresponsible. Who do you think pays the credit card bills? And I'm not blind. I see the way you both treat my Iman. If you start being fair and change your attitude, I might change my mind. And the next morning, it was like I'd woken up in a different house because Mom and Adam were treating me like a princess. Oh, Iman, your bag looks too heavy for your shoulders. Adam will carry it for you. I'm used to it. Thanks. I insist. Adam took the bag off my shoulder with a big smile. Just then, Mom handed us our lunch money, and she gave me a lot more than usual. How come I'm getting what Adam usually gets? Yeah, Mom. Have you forgotten I'm a boy and bigger and need to eat more? Now, we need to be fair to Iman. You can have more tomorrow, Adam. She winked at him, and I just rolled my eyes. You guys should take some acting classes because you suck at pretending. I know why you're doing all this. I took my bag back from Adam and walked off to school by myself. Of course I was onto their plan to impress me, just to get Dad to change his decision. But Adam still kept going overboard with his niceness. At lunchtime, when I was about to sit down at the table, he ran forward to pull the chair out for me, and I ended up falling flat on my butt. Dude, you're not really helping me. And just drop the act. It's not gonna work. But I'm trying to be nice, can't you see? I hope you're taking notes, because Dad needs to know. When it was time to go home, he insisted on carrying me all the way from school, saying that my legs were too precious to walk that far. And as soon as we entered the house, Mom announced that she'd give me Adam's room and already shifted all my stuff there. I just realized it's massive and has air conditioning. What does a boy need such a big room for anyway? Now come, Iman, I've made all your favorite dishes for lunch. Adam looked pissed, but I just grinned at him as I went downstairs and saw the massive spread on the table. Even though I knew Mom's reasons, I was loving this royal treatment. This is what being Adam must feel like. Once we were done eating, Mom asked Adam to do the dishes, and he looked at her confused. And then he smiled widely. Yeah, of course. I'll wash the dishes. Oh, also, Mom, you remember I'm having a party for my friends this weekend, right? I wrote down the menu you have to make. The brat had a party every month, and Mom was always happy to host it. But suddenly she said, actually, I was thinking of having a party for Iman this weekend. So, no, you can't have your friends over. What? Why are you throwing me a party? It's not my birthday. I just want to show you how much I love you, honey. But Mom, the dishes are not going to wash themselves, Adam. This was just amazing. But the next day, as Mom was preparing for the party, I walked into the kitchen to find Adam shouting. I thought you were on my side, Mom. I know we have to be nice to her for now, but this is too much. Why are you doing all of this for her? Maybe your dad is right, Adam. We've been unfair to her. Wow, do you really mean that? Maybe I was wrong about you. And you are just a weak, dumb woman who's scared of Dad and stupid Iman. Hey, cut it out, jerk. She does so much for you, and this is how you behave with her?
Why are you defending this woman? Are you stupid? She doesn't love you. She's only doing everything because Dad is giving you his fortune.
Well, even if that's true, she's still my mom, and you can't talk to her like that. I shoved him aside and started helping Mom, and he stormed off angrily. Mom looked a bit shocked, and then she thanked me for standing up for her. The next evening, I was having a blast during the party, and then some of my friends approached Mom, which caught her by surprise. Auntie, thank you so much for inviting us, and Aman really deserves this party. She's super smart at school, and she's really kind to everyone. I'm sure you're so proud of her. Mom looked at me and smiled. Yes, I am. And then Dad pulled me away to stand with him while he gave his speech.
Aman has always made us proud, and today we celebrate her and all her achievements.
Everyone stood smiling at us, except Adam. His eyes were red like a raging bull's, and suddenly he started bursting all the balloons, and then he flipped over the table with all the food. Adam, what is wrong with you?
I hate you. You don't deserve everything I do.
Oh yeah? And why is that?
Because I'm a boy and you're a girl.
That made me so mad that I just pushed him into the pool. I don't care what you think. You're done making my life miserable. Adam came out of the pool completely drenched and furious.
Mom, Dad, didn't you see what she just did? You're not gonna say anything to her?
But my parents just stood there silently glaring at him, and he screamed and walked away. After everyone left the party, I was helping Mom clean up the mess when suddenly she stumbled and I caught her just in time. Mom, are you okay?
Yes, just a bit dizzy. Just get me some water, dear. I'll be fine.
This was the first time I'd seen my mom look so weak, so the next day I insisted that we go to the doctor. The doctor diagnosed her with tiredness, and when we got back home, I made sure she got rest. I did all the chores and cooked her favorite meal and took it up to her room.
I'm really sorry, Aman. I was blind not to see how special you are. And believe me, I'm not saying this because of your fortune. You deserve it. You really are an amazing daughter.
Thank you, Mom. I hugged her and I felt at peace because I knew Mom was finally being real with me. But Adam was ruining everyone's peace. He was losing his mind because no one babied him anymore. One day, he threw out all the food from the fridge so we had nothing to eat. Another time, I found out he'd thrown all my clothes out the window. And then one night, I just lost it when I found all the kitchen garbage on my bed. My parents were so angry, but their scolding had no effect on Adam. He just looked at them blankly and then started laughing like a psycho. Soon after, it was time for our final high school results, and I had passed with flying colors, while Adam had failed. He would have to repeat the 11th grade. Dad just flung his report card to the side and turned to me.
I'm so proud of you, Aman. Of course, we already knew what to expect from you. You have never disappointed us. Now come outside for your graduation present.
Mom looked really excited too, and I nearly screamed when I saw that it was a brand new car. But then I caught a look on Adam's face, and he looked stunned. Instead of getting angry, he just walked off silently, and I felt kind of bad for him. Dad, maybe you should get Adam a car too. He's older than me, and I'm sure he already feels pretty low about staying back in high school.
Then he shouldn't have been such a fool. You're too kind to think about your brother, Iman. Don't waste your thoughts on him.
Later that night, as I was watching MSA videos in bed, I suddenly smelled smoke. It seemed to be coming from outside. And when I looked out the window, I screamed. Adam was laughing like a mad person next to my car, which was on fire. Mom! Dad! You've got to come out! Now! As we all ran out, Dad started yelling at Adam.
Adam, have you completely lost your mind? You bought her a car because she deserves it.
He went totally bonkers after that and started pouring petrol all over the house.
I'll show you. I'll show all of you. If I get nothing, then nobody will.
Please, just stop it. Why are you doing this, Adam?
You know why. All you care about is stupid Iman. Oh, she's so smart. Oh, she's the best. Well, I'm sick of it. I'm the firstborn here, and I'm your son. What I want should matter most.
You're such a brat, Adam. You're just getting a taste of what I felt like all my life. And it hurts, doesn't it? Oh, shut up, Iman. You're just a stupid girl who came along and stole Dad's heart. He loved you more than me, and I had to live with that all my life. And now you've got Mom on your side too? Well, you chose to be a horrible brother and son. And if no one's on your side now, it's your own fault. You've ruined everything for yourself with your stupid, jealous heart. Just then, Adam lit the match, but before he could do any damage, my uncle suddenly appeared. He was a cop and Dad had called him, and he'd come with his team to take Adam away. As we watched him leave, Mom suddenly broke down. This is all my fault. I made him believe he was more important being the son, and I spoiled him. Or maybe it's my fault. I never made him feel like I loved him enough. Mom, Dad, you both made mistakes with me and Adam, but it's not all your fault. Adam needs help, and hopefully he'll get it now and be better. I don't know how you got to be so wise, Iman. I want to be better too, starting with you. I hope you can really forgive me for all those years. Mom, trust me, I already have.
I was just a month into my freshman year at college, and I never in a million years would have guessed that the night I was pinned against the bleachers of the school football field by bullies was the night that would change my life forever. Well, Sydney, you have two choices. You can kiss my shoe or lose your hair. I have a rule that I never kiss cheap shoes. Now get away from me. Oh, look, she's gonna cry. I have a lot of practice holding in my tears, and these bimbo bullies weren't gonna break me. Hair grows back. I guess you've made your choice then. After they threw me to the ground, I prepared myself for what was coming, but a voice boomed from behind them.
What the hell do you think you're doing? Leave her alone.
The girls turned around and sprinted away. The person walking toward me was silhouetted by the field's lights, so I couldn't see him. When he got close and helped me up, I saw who it was, and my jaw nearly fell off my face.
Are you okay? Did they hurt you?
It was Ian Gallagher, the son of the president. He also just started at my school and was the image of perfection. Flowing blonde hair, a chiseled jaw, and deep green eyes. Other than my pride? No, but there wasn't much of that to begin with, so I'm good. Thank you.
Maybe you and Sydney should go get some food, Ian.
Who was this guy, and how did he know my name?
Yes, absolutely. Are you hungry? Joe Jr.'s Diner is just up the street. I'm Todd, Ian's assistant. Our driver will be happy to take you and then bring you back to your dorm room afterward. Right, Ian? Yeah, absolutely. Please stop saying absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, right.
I wasn't sure what was happening here, but whatever it was really frickin' weird.
Okay then, shall we go so you two can eat and get acquainted?
Can you two hold on for just a minute? I need to pause this here. As you already guessed, my name is Sydney, and it would be awesome if you clicked like and subscribe. And while you do that, I'm gonna fill you in on some quick backstory. I grew up in a huge house with everything a girl could want. Giant stuffed animals, so much chocolate that Willy Wonka would be envious, and an arcade packed with every video game that ever existed. There was only one thing missing: my parents. Sure, I had an amazing nanny who hated children and would lock me in my room when she wanted to be left alone. But all I wanted was to spend time with my mom and dad. They ran an international hotel business and traveled the world visiting their properties. Even when they were home, all they would do was criticize me and compare me to others, like my spoiled brat of a cousin who screamed whenever she didn't get what she wanted, or their friend's daughter who was forced to perform at the most ridiculous beauty pageants, or even the little girl on the cereal commercial who ate the cereal, acting like it was the best thing ever.
That little girl appreciates her life. I've never seen you enjoy your cereal that much, Sydney.
I felt so bad about myself that I developed this nervous facial tic where I would squeeze my eyes shut and then open them really wide. Yeah, weird facial tics are like catnip for bullies at school. And when you're the smartest kid in class, it just adds to their joy when they stuff you in the garbage can. So I kept to myself and didn't care about my appearance because there was no point. No makeup, big glasses, and my hair in a bun. I looked like a mini version of the school librarian. Okay, I did have one friend, Monty. We were friends since kindergarten because he was as awkward as me. He was also really smart and had asthma, so he was always walking around sucking on his inhaler. Also catnip for bullies. Okay, that's enough backstory. I think you get it.
I thought college would be better, but clearly I was mistaken. Once an outcast, always an outcast, it seems. Now, back to the night I met Ian, because it just gets weirder from here. He took me to the diner, but our table was guarded by his two big, serious-looking Secret Service agents. His tiny assistant, Todd, sat in the booth across from us, just staring. Sorry about all this. It must be really weird for you, Sydney. This? Weird? Nah, I'm used to it. Happens every time I meet a president's son. He laughed. Someone actually thought I was funny besides me. And then he leaned in. Just imagine that your whole life is like this. It was manageable when I was a minor because the media left me alone. But now that I'm 18 and my father is running for re-election, it's like every move I make is under a microscope. Sometimes I just want to disappear. In a weird way, I completely understood. I felt the same way, except I always wanted to disappear. Just then, reporters swarmed into the diner and started taking photos of us. Todd signaled for us to smile, so I did, but I had absolutely no idea what was happening. Okay, that's enough. Everybody out. Why do they want pictures of me with the president's son? My own parents didn't want pictures of me. I think it's time you head back to your apartment, Ian. If it's okay with Sydney, I'd like to stay and chat some more. Considering all the insanity of the last couple of hours, the one thing that didn't feel completely nuts was the connection I had with Ian. It's like we instantly got along. I'd like that. Yeah, no. Sorry, we're leaving. Car's waiting outside to take Sydney home, so it's time to say goodnight. I couldn't believe how Ian's assistant was treating him like a child. And then I felt something touch my hand underneath the table. Ian slipped me a piece of paper with his cell number. But then, Tiny Todd stuck his face in mine. Listen to me carefully, Sydney. Under no circumstances are you to try and make any contact with Ian unless you check with me first. Is that clear? Sure. Good girl. And if he or the press tries to talk to you, you call me. Wow, this little man just good-girled me. Yeah, no. Maybe I won't feel like it. Well then, I'll make a single phone call and have you expelled, which I will also do if Ian learns about this conversation. So we're gonna keep this between you and me, right? I was frozen. If I got expelled, my parents would disown me. All I wanted to do at that moment was to wrap my fingers around Todd's throat and choke him. But instead, I just nodded. When I got back to my dorm room, the first thing I did was call Monty. Yeah, we both applied to and got into the exact same colleges. And then, like the weirdos that we are, we chose to go together. That's crazy. So you hit it off with Ian Gallagher, like for real? I wouldn't say we hit it off, but I feel like we kind of get each other. You mean like you and me? Yeah, but the difference is, he's the president's son. But why me? Because you're amazing, Sydney. You're like the smartest person I know. You're funny, you're not deserving of Ian's attention, that's for sure. That's not true. You're deserving of anyone's attention. You're just saying that because you're my best friend. I want to call him, but I'm scared his tiny jerk assistant will find out and get me expelled. So don't let him find out. I stared at the number on the piece of paper for like an hour before I got the courage to call Ian. And then, late that night, he snuck out of his apartment and picked me up. I am so glad you called. Now hold on to me. They let you have a motorcycle? Nope, they have no idea. And then we sped down the road, and it was thrilling. I actually had to pinch myself to believe that I wasn't dreaming. We raced up to a narrow, twisting road to a spot that looked out over the city below. Wow, this view! I found this spot when I first got to school. I needed a secret place to get away from everything. My dad, his re-election campaign, Todd. He was so sincere. When he looked into my eyes, I thought I would melt into a big puddle. He's such a jerk. He really is. Why do you let him treat you like that? Why don't you just fire him? I wish I could. My dad hired him to manage me, and now you're in it too. I'm so sorry. What do you mean I'm in it too? He then handed me a copy of the morning newspaper. On the front page was a photo of Ian and me at the diner with the headline, Ian Gallagher's new college girlfriend? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. If you never want to see me again, I totally understand. This is my life, but it doesn't have to be yours. I had spent my whole life avoiding attention, and here I was, about to be on the front page. My instinct was to run away as fast as I could, but Ian needed someone, and for some reason, that someone was me. We just sat on a rock and talked and laughed for hours. But as the sun came up, Ian looked at his watch and panicked. Oh no, they're gonna be looking for me. We have to go, now. We sped down the road, but suddenly there were flashing lights behind us. It was the police. At that moment, I knew I was gonna get expelled. My life was officially over. But instead of being pulled over, Ian floored it. We raced down the road away from the police car. Forget about being expelled, I was going to jail. Ian pulled behind a tree and shut off the motorcycle lights. We watched as the police car sped by. My heart was racing, but Ian looked at me, and we both just burst out laughing. The next day, when the papers came out, I walked through campus, and everyone at school was just staring, including the 3 bullies. All I could do was smile. For the first time ever, I cared about how I looked. Monty went with me to get a prescription for contact lenses, then to the salon to get my hair done, and finally to Sephora to get a makeover. Listen, Sid, something feels off about this whole thing with Ian. Wow, is somebody getting jealous because someone else is taking up my attention for once? No, that's not it at all. You said it yourself. Why did Todd know your name? But I wasn't listening. All I could think about was seeing Ian again, and then the cosmetologist turned my chair around. So, how do I look? That bad, huh? You're beautiful. I hugged him as hard as I could. I don't know what I would have done without him all these years. For the next few months, Ian and I snuck out nearly every night and went on crazy adventures. We went to a closed amusement park and turned on one of the rides, did a Ouija board in an abandoned house, and went for a midnight swim in the park fountain. During the day, I struggled to stay awake in class and my grades went down, but I didn't care. I was falling in love. I was so caught up in Ian that I barely ever saw Monty anymore. I didn't even care that Todd kept posing us for the press. Until one day, when things took a dark turn, Todd had Ian and I meet. Well, look at you 2 lovebirds. It just warms my heart. I didn't know you had one of those, Todd. Every day there's a new surprise. Ian tried to contain his laughter, but Todd was not amused. When the press gets here, Ian, I want you to kiss Sydney. Ian and I hadn't kissed yet, which I thought was strange, but I felt like he was just taking it slow. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Monty sitting alone on a bench eating his lunch. Is that necessary, Todd? Of course it's necessary, Ian. And I want you to kiss her like you mean it. Understand? What the heck was that supposed to mean? Why wouldn't he mean it? And like clockwork, Ian's bodyguards ushered a dozen reporters over to us. But Ian looked so uncomfortable. He gave me the most awkward, quick kiss. Now, I'm no kissing expert, but I would have to say it was pretty terrible. I looked over and Monty was gone. Ian and I got to the back seat of his limo. Todd got into the front and just exploded. What the hell was that? I'm sorry, Todd. I'll do better. For your father's sake, you better. For your father's sake? What does that mean, Ian? What does it matter to you, Sydney? You're not bullied anymore. People admire you, which I'm guessing is a first. So be a good girl and keep your mouth shut. Hey, don't talk to her like that. Or what, Ian? You gonna fire me? I was waiting for Ian to defend me, but he just went quiet. When I opened the door to my dorm room, Monty was waiting. I had given him his own key at the start of the year. I was so happy to see him. Monty! But that happiness didn't last long. You're being played, Sid. Played? Oh, stop it, Monty. You and Ian? It's a setup because his father is running for re-election, and Todd was hired to craft his image for the public. You're just jealous because I fell in love and I'm spending my time with someone else. And then, Monty held up a printed photo of Ian embracing another boy. I did some digging and this was Ian's high school boyfriend. Boyfriend? You're saying that Ian is... Yes, I'm so sorry, Sid. And they're using you to give off the image that he's straight, so it doesn't affect his father's re-election campaign. Wow, Monty, you are pathetic. I was a loser until I met Ian, and you're just upset that you're still one. I can't believe I was ever friends with you. Now get out. Monty looked like I just slapped him as I slammed the door in his face. That night, when Ian picked me up, I told him I wanted to go to our spot on the cliff overlooking the city. I'm so sorry about today, Sydney. The pressure to perform in front of the camera just... Before he could finish, I held up the photo. Have you been lying to me, Ian? Where did you get that? Who cares where I got it? This is the reason why you've never kissed me, isn't it? Todd says if the world finds out about this, my father will lose. I was furious at myself. Monty tried to warn me, but I didn't listen, and now I've probably lost him forever. But it all suddenly made sense. Right. Choose a girl with low self-esteem who wouldn't question what was happening, who would be so thrilled with the attention that she would just go with it. And these adventures at night, were they part of it? Not at first, but the police officer that first night ID'd me, and Todd thought it was a great idea to keep them going. He threatened to tell my dad if I told you. I am so sorry, Sydney. I never wanted to hurt you. Your dad doesn't know about you? No. That was the only photo ever taken of my boyfriend and me in high school, and Todd found it too. Goodbye, Ian. Sydney, you need to see this through until the election. My dad is coming to campus tomorrow, and if you're not there, Todd will have you expelled. Doesn't matter. I'm dropping out anyway. I'm done. Ian dropped me off in front of my dorm, and I turned to him one last time. If you want to live your life trying to be someone you're not just to prove yourself, it will crush you. Trust me. The next morning, my face was puffy from crying. I loaded up my car with all my stuff and was preparing to head home, back to a life where I wasn't worth anything, back to face the judgment of my parents who already thought so little of me. I got into the car and tried to close the door, but it didn't budge. Monty was standing there holding it. What are you doing here? Stopping you from making a huge mistake? Didn't you already try that? Yeah, well, that's what best friends do, right? And then I just lost it. I am so sorry. I was such a huge jerk. Why do you even want to talk to me after those horrible things I said? I don't deserve you. Because I love you, Sid. I always have. Why do you think I chose this school? It was to be with you. And then he kissed me with a passion that I had never experienced before. My body felt like it was plugged into an electrical outlet. The president's about to speak. Shall we go watch? Why would I want to watch? And so we went to the football stadium, where Ian was standing on the stage next to his father. Todd was standing behind them. And as I stand on the cusp of the next presidential election, I want to hand the mic over to my son Ian, who means more to me than anything in the world. During my dad's first election, nobody paid attention to me because I was only 14 years old. But now that the world is paying attention, I want them to meet my true love. And suddenly, the boy from the photo walked onto the stage. The whole stadium burst out into applause. It was incredible. And then Ian turned and hugged his father. Todd looked horrified. After the speech ended, the Secret Service let Monty and me backstage, just in time for Todd to walk out. I hope you enjoyed your time here, Sydney, because you're as good as expelled. Nah, but you're as good as fired, Todd. Ian walked over, and for the first time, Todd looked terrified. You can't fire me, but I can. Mr. President, I was only doing this for you. Who told you to do that? You harassed my son for years and misused the power I gave you. Get him out of here. And the Secret Service dragged him away, kicking and screaming. It was glorious. I forgave Ian, and 4 years later, he and his boyfriend became the best men at Monty's and my wedding, at the White House. My parents were there, glowing with pride, but winning their approval didn't matter to me anymore. I was happy that at least they were there. And finally, I was just happy being me.
Hi, I'm Adley from Boston. Please like and subscribe, because my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the next coming 7 days. My mom got pregnant many years ago after she married my dad, and they were both overjoyed to have a daughter. After my birth, they were waiting anxiously for me when the nurse walked in, looking nervous. I'm not sure if you want to see her.
Oh my God. Is she ugly? I'm going to have a heart attack if she's ugly.
I think she's a dwarf. Mom leapt forward and took me from the nurse, and Dad stared at me in horror. I was really tiny and ugly, like a frog.
I'll have you fired, you moron. I don't care what my daughter looks like. She's mine, and she's beautiful. So what if she's a bit small?
But as years went by and my progress was monitored by doctors, I was diagnosed with slower growth than most people, which meant I'd always look younger than I actually am. Mom didn't care, as long as I was healthy, but Dad couldn't handle it.
How is it even possible? Everyone in my family is practically a basketball player. Be honest with me, woman. Is she even mine?
Mom started screaming and throwing things at him, and he went running out of the door. And that's the last I ever saw of him. Once, when I was 6, Mom took me to a birthday party at her boss's house. I was really excited to meet other kids, but the minute they saw me, they all started staring and then laughing.
OMG, just look at it. It's so tiny.
With that, the birthday girl Brenda took my hairband off.
Hey, give it back, you jerk. Catch it if you can, shorty. Come on, jump a little higher.
Suddenly, I lost it. I climbed onto a chair and pounced on her, and we went crashing into the pile of birthday presents, which landed straight in the pool. As Brenda screamed, Mom's boss came running and went ballistic.
Who is this out-of-control toddler? Where did she come from?
That's my daughter, Adley. But you said your daughter was 6 years old. I don't know who this child is. I'm calling the police. Her boss just picked me up and started carrying me away. Oh my God, she's mine. But her crazy boss wouldn't let us go till the cops arrived. Of course, Mom was able to prove I was her kid, but she was so furious. She flung a piece of cake at her boss's face. I'm not working for you, psycho. I quit. Even though Mom was struggling to find a new job, she soon enrolled me in the best school around. On the first day, I was about to go inside the building when a giant limo almost bumped into me. Hey, are you blind? You could have hurt me. A girl got down from the car, and it was that awful Brenda.
Ow, shut up. You're hurting my ears. It's not our fault you're as tiny as an ant. Who can even see you?
She spat on my shoes and walked off. And when I went to my classroom, I discovered she was in my class. Ugh! And all the kids were flocking around her like she was the queen of the school. Over the years, Brenda never failed to mock me. But it wasn't just her. It felt as if I walked into school every day wearing some ridiculous costume because someone was sure to point and laugh.
Where's your lower half, shorty, buried in the ground?
Which dwarf are you, sleepy, mopey, or grumpy? I was so sick of it all. So, in the 7th grade, I decided to do something about it. I Googled how to increase your height, and there were so many tips. One of them was hanging. I didn't have a pull-up bar, so I decided to stretch from a tree branch. But just as I stepped on it, it snapped under my weight, and I fell to the ground, hurting my leg. Oh, Adley, what are you doing? I just want to grow tall, Mom. Everyone else just keeps getting taller. What's wrong with me? Honey, there's nothing wrong with you. So what if you're not as tall as everyone else? It doesn't make you less smart or kind or beautiful. I waited so long to have you, Adley, and I wouldn't change a thing. You're perfect. Mom's words really stuck with me. It was okay to not be like everyone else. A few days later, when I was heading out for home, I suddenly saw the school bus leaving without me. I ran and waved and shouted, but it just went faster. The driver probably couldn't even see me. Just then, I tripped over something and fell face first into a muddy puddle. As I got up, I saw some kids on the side staring at me, and I snapped. What? What are you looking at? Didn't your parents ever tell you it's rude to stare? Is it so weird that I'm short, or do I have something on my face? To make things even worse, Brenda walked out just then, and she started cackling when she saw me. Ew, are you covered in poop, Adley? Because something sure stinks. I think it's your mouth, you awful witch. I attacked her, and she screamed. She managed to push me off and jumped onto a bench, but I bit her leg really hard. We were both sent to the principal's office, and our moms were called in. They were not happy to see each other. But worse, the principal said I would be expelled. What? You're going to expel my daughter? Well, ma'am, biting other students is unacceptable. And bullying is acceptable? Because my daughter's been getting bullied under your nose every day, and you've done nothing. I know why you're punishing Adley. It's because that woman is much richer than I am, isn't it? You wait and see. I'm going to sue you. Mom wasn't kidding. She did sue the school for not protecting kids from bullying, and the school board actually settled. They fired the principal, suspended Brenda for a month, and we got $100,000 as compensation. I had the best month of my life in school without Brenda. And then Mom and I took a fantastic trip to Europe over summer break. A few days before school was about to start, I came home from the library one evening and found a boy sleeping on my bed. Thief! There's a thief in my room! The boy suddenly jumped up, and I saw he was very tall and really cute. Just then, Mom came running and told me he was her friend's son, Andrew, from France. He'd be staying with us for a few months because he was here as an exchange student in my school. But why is he sleeping in my bed?
I guess I got the wrong room. Take a chill pill, tiny loser.
I hated him already. And for good reason. Andrew was so annoying. He left his giant shoes everywhere that I kept tripping over. He put all my snacks in the highest kitchen cupboard. And the worst, he hogged the TV remote all evening. One day, Mom had gone out, and it was just the two of us at home. We decided to order food, and he took over everything.
Yes, hello, McDonald's. I'd like a cheeseburger, extra large fries, and a Coke. And for my little friend, one Happy Meal. It comes with a toy, right?
I stared at him furiously as he just hung up. And then he switched on the sports channel. Hey, no, we're not watching football again. It's my turn. I want to watch my show.
Oh, that's not happening, dwarf girl.
I wasn't having it this time. I ran to the TV screen and hugged it, blocking his view. He kept yelling at me, and then suddenly leapt off the sofa and just picked me up. I kicked and screamed, but he just dropped me in my room and locked me in. Oh my God. How was I gonna stand him at home and at school? On the first day of 8th grade, I walked in with newfound confidence in my European wardrobe. Of course, Brenda gave me death glares all morning, but the rest gave me plenty of compliments. As I sat down in the cafeteria later, some kid who looked like a 5th grader joined me at my table and put a red rose next to me. What are you doing?
Oh, it's my first day here, and I'm already in love with you. You're so beautiful. I'm a little older than you, but that doesn't bother you, right? I'm marrying you as soon as I graduate high school.
What? This idiot thought I was younger than him? Just then, I spotted Brenda and her minions howling with laughter. OMG, this is epic. You guys look so cute together. You'll surely be the hottest new couple in school. But suddenly, Andrew pushed the kid aside and sat really close to me, kissing me on the cheek.
Hey, babe, I was looking everywhere for you. Oh, you got some mustard on your nose.
What are you doing?
Helping you just play along.
And well, I had to admit, the boy was a genius. I turned to look at Brenda, and her jaw was practically on the floor. What the? I mean, how do you two know each other? Oh, we met in Paris during summer break.
She had me at hello. Who wouldn't love this cute little cream puff?
Brenda stormed off angrily, and I immediately pushed Andrew away. Barf! But we decided to stick to this plan for a while, and my popularity was rising fast. I was the girlfriend of the hottest new jock in school. Suddenly, I was invited to all the cool parties. I had front row seats at all of Andrew's games. And when his team won the final football match, he picked me up and ran all over the stadium with me on his shoulders. Gosh, he was such a nut. But I was actually having a really good time with him. Sometimes I even felt butterflies. On Valentine's Day, Andrew put a heart-shaped chocolate box next to me on the table at breakfast. No one can see us here, so what's with the chocolates?
They're just chocolates. Eat them, or whatever.
They're heart-shaped chocolates on Valentine's Day. Is that supposed to mean anything?
Do you want it to mean something?
No, of course not. Yuck.
Yeah, exactly. Forget it. I'll give them to someone else.
He picked up my box and stormed off. What a jerk. And why did I have these weird feelings for Andrew? He was so annoying. The next day when I went to school, Brenda was standing by my locker with a huge grin. I just knew it was too good to be true. What are you talking about? You and Andrew. I just didn't get it. This makes more sense. And with that,
Brenda turned her phone to me and showed me a picture of a blonde girl with her arms around Andrew. And I felt a pang of jealousy. I just turned and started walking away. Aw, is your itty-bitty heart broken? He was obviously playing around with you. Everyone could see it. Why would someone like him want to be with a dwarf like you? You look like his kid. Maybe I'll ask him out. I'm prettier than this blonde girl. Do you really think calling me a dwarf hurts me now, Brenda? I've been hearing that stuff since the day I met you. I may not have grown much in inches since then, but I've certainly outgrown you. You don't bother me anymore, and I like myself just as I am. Go ahead, ask Andrew out, but trust me, he's gonna turn you down because he knows what a small, petty, mean mommy's princess looks like. Suddenly, Brenda snarled and attacked me. As I was trying to push her off, I was pulled away by Andrew, and standing next to Brenda was the new principal. You were given a strict warning last time, and I saw you attack this girl for no reason with my very own eyes. You're expelled, Brenda. And with that, he angrily marched her away. That witch had it coming.
Adley, are you okay? What are you two fighting about?
Oh, just get lost. Go back to your dumb girlfriend.
What dumb girlfriend? I don't have one, but I'm trying to get one.
Yeah, go on then. Who's stopping you?
You idiot. I want you to be my girlfriend. I like you.
I stared at him in shock and then smiled. Oh, yeah, well, who wouldn't want a cute little cream puff like me? Andrew grinned, and I stepped onto a stool and pulled him in for a kiss.
I heard noises coming from the kitchen and immediately thought someone had broken in. I grabbed my baseball bat and tiptoed down the stairs to catch the intruder red-handed. When I flipped on the lights, I was shocked by what I saw. Hiding on the ground, covered in white cheddar Cheeto dust, was my mom. She hissed and ran away, leaving me standing there, disgusted. I know it sounds crazy, but this wasn't the first time this had happened. It all started when my mom was out jogging one day. See, she had actually once been a bathing suit model, which makes this story even sadder. She had a bit of a sweet tooth, but kept herself on a strict diet to stay in shape. My dad was her manager and was very careful not to let her eat anything high in calories. Of course, my mom didn't always have self-control. She sometimes snuck snacks in the bathroom or ate cookies in the closet. But with my dad watching her, she never got out of control. That was until the day of one fateful jog. One day when I was in 8th grade, Mom went on her usual run around the block. But as she jogged past a cafe, she caught my dad with another woman. She was devastated. I was sitting at the kitchen table when she burst in crying. My dad was chasing after her. Right in front of me, he explained how he simply fell in love with another woman. It was nothing personal. You can't control what the heart wants, Dad said. Nothing personal? You jerk, my mom cried before she pushed him out of the door. It's nothing personal, but I never want to see you again. My mom immediately turned to the freezer and started stuffing her face with tubs of ice cream. She got a lot of comfort food. I'm talking about everything from chicken nuggets to tubs of popcorn. She spent almost $2,000 on food. She looked at me and winked. Don't worry, this is all going on your daddy's credit card. One day, after I had been bragging to my friends how I ate ice cream whenever I wanted, they insisted on coming to my house. When they came, though, Mom started acting like we were all out of food. She said I should have asked her before bringing people over, and all we had was a bowl of boiled beans and broccoli. I was so embarrassed, and all my friends laughed at me. We hadn't bought broccoli for months. It must have been rotten. She served the beans and broccoli in a tiny bowl and left. My friends wouldn't touch the beans, so Mom popped back a while later and just grabbed the bowl off the table. You know what, honey? I think your friends aren't hungry, she said, practically running out of the kitchen. I was so mad. I ran after Mom and found her in her room, stuffing her face with a tray of nuggets and a whole tub of ice cream, with chocolate syrup too, half of which was on her shirt. She'd said we were all out. I started yelling at her, and then to my horror,
I heard laughing. My friends were standing in the doorway, making fun of my mom. The next day at school, everyone went around asking each other if they wanted beans and broccoli. I wished the ground would open up and swallow me whole. After that, I stopped inviting people over. Over time, I noticed that I was starting to feel really unhealthy. I told my mom that I thought we needed to slow down a bit with our eating. If she kept it up, she was going to lose her job. She glared at me and said that I sounded just like my father and that being skinny didn't matter to her. "I'm a model," she cried. "If I got cheated on as a super hot model, what's the point of trying to be skinny?" Her binge eating was only getting worse. After I'd seen her chow down on a whole bucket of fried chicken meant for a family of 10, I cried to her that I cared about her health. I didn't care if she was hot or pretty. I didn't want her to die of a heart attack. My mom agreed to slow down, at least to my face. After months of having junk food for dinner, we sat down and had a nice, healthy salad. The first bite felt like heaven, but I don't think Mom agreed. When I told her we were skipping dessert, I heard her stomach growl at me. She seemed annoyed, but she didn't push for anything more. I was really happy to see her making progress, but boy was my happiness short-lived. When I went to the kitchen the next morning, I screamed in horror. It looked like someone had destroyed our kitchen. Ripped up bags were tossed everywhere, empty bottles of juice and soda were rolling about, and even the fridge was still open. "Who could have done this?" my mom screamed. I rolled my eyes and pointed at her nightgown, which had pink frosting and chocolate smudges. She turned red and rushed out of the room. Later, she came to me like a guilty kid and said that she had a problem and she was willing to get the help she needed. For years, Mom tried all different types of therapies and medicines, but nothing seemed to work for long, and her setbacks always meant the worst kind of humiliation for me. This one time, when I was in the 9th grade, I went to the movies with her and my biggest crush happened to work there. Well, my mom made me get up 6 times to refill the family-sized popcorn tub during the movie. It was embarrassing enough to have to constantly get up and miss the movie to have my crush refill it, but the evening quickly went from bad to worse. See, after the 6th refill, the guy laughed and said, "Hey man, take it easy. You've got to leave some popcorn for the other guests." I was so embarrassed. I ran off without saying anything. I went back to my mom empty-handed. She charged out and made a huge scene. "Unlimited refills means unlimited refills," she screamed at him. When he explained that his boss had forbidden it, she knocked things over and left. After that day, I had a serious fight with my mom. I threatened to move to my aunt's. She felt very bad about the whole situation and didn't want to be left all alone. She begged me to stay and said she just didn't have any control. I warned her that if she wanted me to stay, I was about to get serious. I was in charge of what food went in and out of the house. We had snacks that I kept under lock and key. Even though it made me feel like a prison guard, it worked pretty well for a while. We lived a pretty normal life. My mom even got back to her old figure. Now I was back to having the boys in class staring at my mom. This one time, I even caught my crush looking at her with puppy dog eyes. I rolled my eyes. Still, it was better than her shoving Twinkies in her mouth all night. Anyways, things seemed great for the next few years until they suddenly went downhill again. If it hadn't been for Felix, that angel in a man's disguise, I would have lost it in high school. See, when I was in high school, one day my mom met this guy, Felix, and fell in love. Felix was super nice and was totally understanding about my mom's situation. He said he would do anything to help her. He was always there to keep a check on my mom and made sure there was no junk food in the house to tempt her. But despite everything, Mom was slowly slipping back. I began noticing she was putting on weight every day. Even though whenever I came home from school, I saw Felix had taken Mom for a jog. At first, it was small things. My mom was eating more than she needed to, but it was green, so that was okay, right? Then it got horrible. My mom destroyed our kitchen in the middle of the night again. She ate 6 bags of Cheetos. When she snapped out of her food rage, she looked shocked and embarrassed. She even felt a little sick from her snacking. Felix assured her that she didn't have to hide who she was for him, but she shouldn't have brought snacks home. Mom swore she hadn't. I was so mad, I didn't even argue. I wasn't just annoyed at how utterly irresponsible she was being, but also at how this was affecting me directly. On top of the fact that I never had any snacks in the house anymore, she made it impossible for me to have friends over late. One time, I tried to throw a slumber party in my living room with the few friends that I had. In fact, I even managed to invite Maya, who was super popular. We had a great time and everything was good until I woke up around 4 a.m. to Maya's screams. My mom had so little control, she had started eating the stale chips we'd left in bowls from our party. Then my mom had stepped on Maya while she was trying to reach for a chip under the couch. I was so embarrassed. I tried apologizing to her and she just laughed in my face. She said they'd heard rumors that my mom could smell food from miles away and that they had all wanted to check. Say goodbye to your social life, loser. With that, they all packed up and left. My mom eventually lost her job as a model and stopped working out completely. She was gaining weight so quickly. It was scary. She needed a whole new wardrobe. Poor Felix still stayed by her side, though. He could always calm her down and said he would love her no matter what. Then one day, something really terrible happened. It was so bad that I decided to move out. Even Felix said it was the best idea. I started to finally date a guy. His name was Josh. Well, on our anniversary, I decided to have him over for the best meal ever. I bought a whole bunch of expensive ingredients with my own money to make us a huge meal. I got seafood, fancy chocolates, and a lot of fancy cheeses. When I came home from school and went to cook her a meal, I discovered that it was all gone. I was screaming. My mom promised that she would make it up to me. You want to know what was left in the house for my boyfriend and I to eat on our big day? Cereal without any milk. I was crying. I didn't want him to think I just forgot. I explained everything to him and he was surprisingly pretty understanding. But it didn't change the fact that I was embarrassed and upset. I'd had just about enough. I had a serious talk with my mom. I told her I was moving out and I needed to know that she was going to be okay. My mom promised that she would try to be brave and strong. I had no choice but to believe her. Maybe it was a bit selfish, but I needed a break from being the adult of the house. I moved in with Josh and started enjoying the normal life. I started to feel so much more confident and happy now that I no longer had a crazy mom to worry about all the time. Until one day when Josh called me in to check out a YouTube video. He looked super embarrassed and just pointed at the screen. There was a video called The Fatso Eating the World. Oh my God, is that my mom? I clicked on the channel and sure enough, there were hundreds of videos, all with mean titles that would break my mom's heart. The strange part was that the camera angles were weird. In one video, half the camera was covered. There was even a video from the night that my mom ate all the stuff for my anniversary. She made a fool of herself and was wearing dirty clothes. She wouldn't be caught dead going to the grocery store in pajamas, let alone having millions of strangers see her spill gravy all over her top. I clicked the video and saw it had over 4.3 million views. I checked the account and it turned out someone was taking commissions for eating special food. Now it all made sense. I jumped in my car and drove home. My mom was excited to see me, but her face changed the minute she saw how angry I was. "Where's Felix?" I shouted. "What's the matter with you?" Mom asked. "I want to talk to him, Mom." "That monster is trying to ruin your life," I said. Mom was confused. "Mom, he secretly records you every time you eat and uploads it on a channel he's made. He's making money off of you," I said. She looked absolutely furious now. "You don't live here anymore, so you have no right to barge in and tell me how to live my life. Felix is the only person who makes me feel good about myself. Get out." I could tell she wasn't ready to listen to anything I had to say right now. "Fine, Mom.
I'm leaving. It's your life, right? Doesn't affect me at all. I thought I heard something from the kitchen and pretended to leave from the back door. Instead, I walked by. Felix was hunched over a laptop, frantically typing away on it. I was pretty sure he'd heard everything. I know what you've been up to, Felix, I yelled at him. He smiled, shut his laptop, and said, "No, you don't. You have no proof." I checked my phone and tried to open the channel. It was gone. He must have deleted it. I stormed off. I had to think of a way to catch him. I couldn't let him get away with this. When I told Josh what had happened, he said he was sure there would be some evidence on Felix's laptop. Even if the channel was deactivated, the video files had to be somewhere. That night, Josh and I waited outside his house until we saw him leave, and then snuck in through a window. We decided to split and search different rooms for the laptop. I was looking all over the lounge when suddenly I heard a car turning into the driveway. Felix was back already. "Josh, we gotta get out of here." He was already running down the stairs 2 at a time, and we both frantically made it out of the window just before the front door clicked open. Quietly, we sneaked away as fast as we could. I felt so disappointed. I wanted to cry, but just then, Josh put his bag down and, with a huge grin, took something out of it. It was the laptop. Oh, I could just kiss him. And I did. We ran back home and Josh got down to work. He hacked into the laptop easily, the little genius. We were expecting to see all the disturbing videos of my mom. Let's just say we got much more than we bargained for. See, there were thousands of videos and pictures, but they weren't my mom. These were of 3 different women, all of them eating and stuffing themselves in what looked like mukbang videos. I wanted to gag. What was he doing? Where were my mom's pictures? And who were these women? We tried looking up the first woman. We drew a blank. The same for the second. We hit the jackpot for the third. There were videos of her on YouTube, but to our disappointment, they seemed to have no connection with Felix. We tried looking up her address, and that led us to a hospital room in the neighboring town. We hoped to at least get a few words with her, but the doctor told us she was in a coma. He was nice enough to leave us the contact information for her son, Sam. Sam was pretty reluctant to meet us and talk to us about what had happened with his mom. When he did, he eyed us suspiciously and said she had slipped into a coma 3 years ago and never woke up. It was all because of her eating, he cried. Doctors warned her that if she kept eating like this, she would be dead in a couple of years. This is all his fault. When we asked who he was, all he said was that his mom had had this horrible boyfriend, Gary, who made his mom eat so much that she ended up permanently in a hospital bed. Is this what Gary looks like? I showed him a picture of Felix. Yes! That's the jerk who ruined our lives, Sam cried out. We told him that we found videos of his mom on Felix's computer and even showed him some of them. He started to cry. I told him that my mom was his next victim. He said he was sorry, but he never wanted to have anything to do with that man again. Hearing what Sam had to tell us, Josh and I rushed home. We heard Mom yelling from practically a block away. I was terrified. What had Felix done to her? But what I saw took me entirely by surprise. Mom had Felix tied to a chair and was yelling at him. Next to Mom, he looked so tiny I wanted to laugh. Go, Mom! So, you found out? I asked her. Mom turned to me with flaming eyes. You knew? She screeched at me. I covered my ears. Before I could even get a word in, she continued, You knew he was cheating on me and didn't say anything? She demanded. Cheating? Really? I told my mom I didn't know about him cheating. But, well, I'm not surprised this crook is a 2-timing loser, I told her. That was her turn to be surprised. She demanded to know what I meant, and I told her everything about the videos and the women and Sam. For a while, my mom was in shock. Then, she looked like she would eat Felix. The rest, as they say, is history. We had enough proof to send Felix to jail, and we sued him for every penny he had. My mom finally snapped out of her manic food obsession too. And even though she didn't go back to modeling, she started eating healthier. Josh and I? Well, yesterday, Josh asked me to marry him. Whack family or not, he said, I can't live without you.